sun came in, I'll close the blinds. Could feel it in the air. This is just a waste of time. No one really cares. But then you came across my mind, got me out of there. So I went down to the river and swam till the panic was over. Yes, I went down to the river, watched all the heavy rain. I watched all the heavy feeling all the noise in here. It's becoming ache. Pull me into calm and deep and take me out to the waves. 'Cause I feel like a waste of space.
Tries to hold on to the bottom. Here comes Gisette. They make contact. They touch once, twice, 3 times.
Foul trouble! Oh, no, Rocky into the wall. Big crash front straightaway. Huge crash coming into the triangle. No, Rocky up and into the air. They're beating and banging. Burn on the bottom. Cosman up top. Cosman, I think. No. Breyer by 1/1000th of a second. Joseph, no. At the line, Third Horse pulls the win out at the stripe. Oh, he saves it! What's going to happen here? Here comes the canvas! Oh! Get your foot in! He got it! He's got it! He's got it! Canvas is going to win!
Hello? We're good now? There we go. There we go.
All right, I think they can hear us now.
We didn't even get the false start part in because we were late snapping the football. Incredible.
All right. Well, I just had the most beautiful opening monologue in the history of sim racing, but nevertheless, welcome in everybody to Las Vegas, Nevada, where tonight we are set for, I think, what is one of the more interesting, or at least far out iRacing concepts that at least I can remember, as we are going to be running the All-In 650 tonight, or at least the first stage of it here here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway before we move just over the hill in turns 1 and 2 and go down to the Bull Ring next week. I'm Blake McCandless. I'll be joined alongside by Jacob Hitz, as well as a couple of other special guests throughout the night. We have Sean M. Butler on as our in-race reporter tonight, so we'll be checking in with him from time to time. But Jacob, it's been a couple of months since we've done the last one. We're back here for another 87 event, but again, that kind of new rules and everything is flipped upside down for this one as we take on 2 racetracks for one race, 650 miles, a challenge unlike anything we've done before.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how everything plays out here. Two completely different racetracks. And man, this is so cool that we're getting to pull this off with 26 drivers willing to, or whatever the number is, willing to brave it out here with us. But I think it's only appropriate. After that open...
There goes the Emmy.
That's all I got. That's all I got for you. That's all I got for you.
Oh, man. Well, again, this all happened behind closed doors. We were sitting here talking, ready to race and everything. We realized, our mics aren't turned on. But, oh, man, that's a tough hit for Logan Helton. So maybe that's a good representation, hopefully not, of what we may have going on a little bit later on tonight. But, yes, we have all of these drivers, many of whom are very accustomed to this car. They're comfortable with it. And some drivers, Jacob, that I think an event like this, because this was a 2-week commitment, we have a lot of drivers who have been trying to make these races for a while, but haven't necessarily been able to get through and break through and make the main events through these heats. So we have some newcomers to the field who have been trying to run in these events, but they get their chance to run 500 miles tonight and, of course, 150 miles next week. So I'm excited for them, and I think overall we have a really stout field that'll put on a good show, and I think we'll see a lot of green flag racing tonight.
Yeah, but the smaller field, as you mentioned, that allows some of the drivers to get in that didn't necessarily have the opportunity before, since we were cutting down a massive number of cars into a 40, 43 car field, somewhere in the ballpark of that. So this is completely different for some drivers, getting their first opportunity to run in a big race like this. And, you wreck the car, you break it, you can't finish the race tonight. Well, guess what? You ain't come back next week anyway. So that's going to be a real challenge for these drivers. How conservatively or how aggressive will we see these guys race in the first 300, 400 laps of this race? Even if we go green the most of the way here, I'd be surprised if we don't see some guys that...
Is that a Travis Brown Ford Thunderbird? That is incredible.
Yep.
I just saw that Tristan Baker, he loaded in very late. We didn't quite see him in practice. But that is, again, that car is as eye-popping in the sim as it is in real life. Very, very well done.
I saw it come across, and I looked over at the sheet. I'm like, did Travis register for this race? Oh, no, that's not him.
I was about to say. I was mistaken for a second, but yeah, the old Camo 37. We'll see if he can finish 12th. As well as Travis did a little bit earlier. We do believe that Travis Brown will be stopping by the broadcast booth a little bit later, so maybe we'll get to ask him how it is to see Moonhead tribute schemes after, running 2 races in the Carolina Pro Late Model Series. But that's Tristan Baker. You see James D. Gibson as well as Christopher Paff that are all making times. Again, we'll cut this warm-up a little short. They have about 2.5 minutes here. This is kind of the opportunity that we give these guys. Hey, you're going to be sitting here for the next 3 hours. Go stretch your legs. Go to the bathroom. Grab some water, whatever you need, because at least most of these drivers, they're not planning on getting up the next 3.5 hours or so, however long it takes us to run 334 laps here tonight.
Right. The pit stops aren't fast, but they're not that slow either. You're in the box for roughly about 20 seconds. So unless you're on the sim right next to the toilet, I don't think you're going to be able to make a pit stop in real life in the time that you're on the pit lane getting tires changed, especially if you're doing that under green, and we don't see a lot of early cautions. But we'll have to wait and see on whether or not we do have a really long green flag stretch, or if it's something more along the lines of the World 600 we ran back in the summertime, that we get a certain distance and then, we have issues and we need to stop, put out the caution flag, and try it all over again.
The other great thing about this event, and we've been fortunate enough that each of the 87 events that we've been putting on, that we've been benefiting a charity, that 50% goes to the charity and 50% to the prize pool. This race was a little bit different. We had an advertised prize pool of at least $1,000 to the winner. These drivers, the ones participating in this race, when they were asked a question, hey guys, we know J.D. Willis is somebody who has participated in these events before, somebody who's been around the iRacing community for a long time. Unfortunately, we learned this past week that his mother passed away after a long health battle. And of course, all of our thoughts and prayers are with him. And the drivers came together before this race and said, we want to, whatever we were going to, get for a prize pool, whatever we were going to do financially or monetarily for this race, we want to donate it to him and his family. The drivers all agreed upon it. And so anything that was collected as far as the driver entry fees that we had before this race, any sponsorship that we have before this race that was a part of the Itali for this event, all of that will be donated to his family to help them during this very difficult time. If you're a part of our Twitch broadcast, I'll be posting the link in the chat where, of course, you're more than welcome to donate, even if you're not obviously a driver or sponsor of this race. You're more than welcome to give anything that you can, because JD, we love him and having him as a part of the iRacing community, and I know it's a very tough time for him, but we'd like to help in any way possible. So glad that we could be making that happen and hopefully put on a good show for him tonight, Jacob.
It's always the hope, no matter what we're doing, that we put on a good show, and especially tonight with we were thinking about JD and his family tonight, and kind of went through the a similar deal in these same cars last Thursday during Legends of the Future. So still thinking about him, his folks, and hope that what we're doing tonight and next week can make things a little bit better if we can.
And that second link in the chat will take you right to that if you would like to contribute to that. But Jacob, looks like drivers are starting to grid up. Again, we initially had single car qualifying planned for this race, but eventually we kind of realized that asking people to make a 3-week commitment, we weren't going to need knockout qualifying to determine the starting field. So we attached it to this opening stage of the race, and it looks like our in-race reporter, Sean M. Butler, quick time in qualifying, 32.035 seconds around this mile-and-a-half racetrack, and Sean M. Butler will lead the field to green in the all-in 650. Michael P. Frisch will start in second, a late addition to this race for both cars in row 2. James D. Gibson and Kwame Smith will round out the second row. David L. Brown and Logan Helton will start 5th and 6th, respectively. Alex Kolonix will start 7th. 8th is Aaron Smith. 9th, Michael Sturgill. Mike B. Wright will start 10th. And Jacob, I think we may have lost Sean Butler. His internet may have fallen out.
Hashtag sorry, Sean. iRacing crashed as soon as he got on the racetrack. He's going to miss the start, starting from P1 no longer. David Schildhaus, Joseph Selby, there in row number 6. Art Reimer, Cole Freilich in row 7. Brandon Zimmerman in the 20. Ronnie Osmer to the outside in row 8. Hayden Swank, Derek Fulton in row 9. Gil Chatelaine and Jamie Ritchie Price rounding out the top 20, Blake.
21st, Danny Thompson. 22nd is Jeff No. Matthew Brewer will start in 23rd. 24th, Christopher Paff. 25th, Benjamin Branscombe. And Philip McCandless, the winner of our previous race, the Yankee 600, will start 26th. And 27th, Tristan Baker. No lap times for those previous two. And honestly, if Sean falls out before we get going here, I'd be willing to wave off the green, but we still have not gotten the dropped due to upload packet loss here from Sean. And he was in the broadcast booth with
there
us.
There it goes.
All right.
Now he's dropped.
Okay, well, we will allow him to get all but one lap back at the next caution is the rule, or at least the letter of the law by the rule book. But nevertheless, it'll be James D. Gibson as a result who will lead us to the green flag, and 650 miles is up next for these drivers as we will start lap number 1 here at Las Vegas. 2 laps in of 334 here in stage 1 tonight. It is led by James D. Gibson, Michael P. Frisch in tow. And Jacob, this is what I wanted to figure out pretty quickly, where everybody would be running. We know this track as it heats up, as it's now, 11:14 a.m. in sim time right now. This track is going to heat up as the day goes on. That outside will probably come in at least a little bit better at some point, but right now you can see most of the field, relatively all of the field right now on the inside, making their early laps through this one.
On the inside in the corners, on the outside on the straightaway. That's pretty much how these drivers are going to be running it for a good portion of tonight's race, especially just because that's where the grip is right now. As the track starts to heat up, we may see drivers start to be brave and try and rubber in those other grooves. Couple of cars side by side further back in the pack, outside around the top 15. But those guys that are on the outside right now, they're not making passes. They're just going backward.
It's definitely not working in 3 and 4. I think where you're going to see, at least early on, these drivers find some success on the top line will be at the opposite end of the racetrack. And talking to a couple of these drivers in practice, you can see the shadows right here from the signs in turns 1 and 2. That sun will continue to move that direction. That wall will eventually cast a bigger shadow. And in talking to some of these drivers, I think that that's what they're looking forward to the most, that as this race goes on and that shadow becomes bigger, that the top side of the racetrack cools down a little bit relative to the rest of the track. There's going to be some grip up there, and a lot of them expect that at least a little bit later on here in stage 1 that they will be utilizing the outside. But you can see right now everybody on the inside, and man, they get right on that white line for now.
You can't make a mistake down there, right? You dip below that white line and you're going to be in trouble, because if you get the left side tires on the apron, that thing's going to come around on you pretty quick. And with how hard these cars are to drive, it may only take one mistake like that to put yourself and put the drivers around you in some trouble. As Logan Helton kind of in a sandwich back here with Cole Freilich behind him, Alex Kalnick's in front of him. They almost made contact coming off 4, and Helton thought about the outside, but he'll drop in right behind this 22 in turn 2.
So they will drop single file, except here comes Cole Freilich looking for a nose around Logan Helton. He's going to be able to do so, or at least get a run down the back straightaway. It's just if you can't really complete the pass in 1 and 2, I think you can see right here in 3 and 4 what may happen, but Freilich looks to make that middle line work. It seems like in talking to some of these guys and even watching Butler run a couple of laps in practice, it's really easy to kind of overdrive the exit of turn 4, as you can see perhaps a little bobble there. I think Logan Helton may have made a little bit of contact with the outside wall, but that may make that middle lane in 3 and 4 a little viable, how tight it may get off of the 4th corner and how different each opposite end of this racetrack drives. You can see Freilich ducks his nose out for a little clean air and will pull back down. Further back, one of the best battles on the racetrack has been for 18th. Art Reimer side by side right now for the 18th position with Chatelaine, that 111 car right now. They've been going at it for a couple of laps. This is for 18th and 19th, and it's been double file here for about 2 or 3 laps, Jacob.
Yeah, and Art was one of those guys that was trapped up on the outside of the racetrack that was just getting passed by everybody in those first couple of laps. And now he's been able to drop to the bottom. Of course, as I say that, he moves up to follow Chatelaine up there on the high side. But I think these guys back here, the Purple People leaders back here, the 111.49 and the 109, I think are going to take their time. That's what we saw Philip do in the Rockingham 508, the first race that we ran back in May. We saw it before. Derek Fulton just blinked out of the session. We'll see if he comes back and where he could come back here, because if he comes back on the racetrack, that could be ugly. But right now, we have lost contact with Derek Fulton as they go 3 wide here for P18 through 3 and 4.
4 cars under a blanket here. Again, this is further on back in the field, and I think Philip admitted as much when we kind of got to talk about the Yankee 600 and everything. He says going into turn 3, I was resigned to the fact that we were going to be not in contention for the win at the end of that race. It just so happened with everything going on, chaotic with what was going on, that it happened. Battle up front for the race lead here. James D. Gibson has led all 10 laps that have been completed thus far, but here comes Michael P. Frisch, your winner of the World 600. He has a little bit of help, drafting help there from behind him as well, and David L. Brown.
And always very strong in these 1987 cars through Legend of the Future. Has a win in that series, the series that he helps run. As you mentioned, won the World 600. Had a really strong car at Michigan as well, and was in contention for the win there, in contention at the Rock as well. Always fast, no matter where we go, and just trying to prove that to everybody here early tonight. And I'm sure he would be somebody that would love to have a shot to win both races here tonight and then next week at the Bull Ring. And he'd be somebody out of this field that I could pick to do that.
Well, and that's the one thing that's kind of interesting about this race and how these drivers are going to approach it. Technically, I mean, when we go to the Bull Ring next week, we will start lap 335 of this race. There's no winner, there's no prize, there's no anything that comes. I guess you could say you're the winner of stage one after this, but there's no official, oh, congratulations, you just won the race. This is a continuation of the race into next week. So that is one thing that we'll have to keep in mind for these guys, is how do they approach that? And, you know, can you tell race car drivers, hey, there's an end right here. You want to be first at it? Is, boy, that is close up front between Gibson and Frisch. Gibson may have tagged the outside wall. Frisch trying to get a run into 3 and 4 to make a move on that 75 that has proven tough to pass up to this point.
Yeah, and you know that 75 is going to drive aggressive. You know, and most of the time it doesn't matter what position, but especially if you're fighting for the lead, doesn't matter what lap it is, James D. Gibson is going to drive you very, very aggressively. And that could open up the window here for David L. Brown, another guy that's really good in these 87 cars, but right now, Frisch can't quite hold the bottom of the racetrack when that 75's up on the outside. And that outside's starting to work for driver number 75, as he'll take back over the lead and he'll clear Frisch going into turn number 3. By the way, Sean is back on the racetrack right now. 2 laps down in 26. Derek Fulton dropped out as well. He's now the last car on the racetrack. 3 back.
So Butler has been told, and as well as Derek Fulton, if he can make his way back in, that at the next caution flag, they will be put 1 lap down. That is what Sean M. Butler will have to face. And again, we have a long ways to go, Jacob. I mean, 334 laps on the docket tonight. We're down only 16. Long way to go. I mean, I know it's kind of the meme, sorry, Sean, and everything with the luck. And of course, you think back to the Yankee 600. Sean was dominant in that race all the way up until the very end. Had it won, albeit aside from the last 7/10 or maybe 8/10 of a mile or so. The contact with Ashton Schleiss puts Philip McCandless in position to win that race. But Butler was dominant, and there's a lot of time, even taking away 2 laps. You have next week too, so there is plenty of time for Sean Butler to try to get back in this thing.
It's a lonely ride right now for driver number 32, and everybody in this race can race next week as long as they finish. That's the key. If you DNF, if you wreck the car so bad that you can't finish, well, sorry about your luck. We won't be seeing you next week. And, you know, for Sean, he's probably thinking, why am I out here on the racetrack right now? But, you know, you never know when a caution could come out and get you in a position where you can get a lap back, especially if it's soon, just because nobody else is a lap down, so he would get a free pass. And then if it happened next time around, same deal would happen. So, you know, Sean's in a position where, you know, he'll already get 1 lap back to get him within 1 lap down. And, you know, how he gets that remaining lap back, we'll have to wait and see. But Sean's a guy that's going to try and hang around. As you mentioned, he won the Yankee 599 back at Michigan. He was strong back at He was strong back at Rockingham, got taken out in a crash just past the halfway point, but he was a contender at that track. He loves that racetrack, especially in these cars. So he's not somebody necessarily to count out, even though he is 2 down to start early on. There's a long way to go, and that's plenty of time for Sean Butler to get back into the picture here and have a shot for the win.
You could see up front that battle has shifted a little bit. David L. Brown has taken control of that second position, wrestled it away from Michael P. Frisch. Collinix is starting to catch your top four as well. And Gibson, who showed some signs that maybe his car was wearing out a little bit, the tires were starting to slide on him a little bit, he has held steady at the front of the field, at least for now. Another thing that we do in all of these events, we start the track state with zero rubber on it. We completely clean the racetrack fresh to try and encourage the track to change a little bit, to let these drivers naturally lay down some rubber, and we'll see where it goes from there. But certainly these first couple laps, the bottom of the racetrack rather, was where the preferred lane was. But I think Gibson kind of showing that once we lay a little bit of rubber down, the outside of this lane, the outside of this track rather, starting to come in a little bit. You can even see in 3 and 4 some drivers starting to run maybe half a lane up from the white line, and it's working for Gibson so far. I have to imagine too, Jacob, that clean air has to be pretty important here.
Even though these things are basically bricks on wheels, clean air does matter. You know, if you've got a car up on the outside of you, it's gonna make the car tight. It's gonna make it aero tight. If you've got a car in front of you, it's gonna make it a little bit harder to turn in the corner. But if you've got that clean air, it's clean living out there. And I think, you know, Gibson's kind of giving David L. Brown a little bit of air, but you see he cuts down coming through 3 and 4. He started about half a lane, 3/4 of a lane up the racetrack, and then he cut down toward the center of the corner so he could get it off without hitting the outside wall on corner exit. We'll see what he does here going into turn number 1. Again, this time he's full lane up. And you'll see him start to come down the racetrack toward that white line as David L. Brown comes up. Here comes Frisch around the outside for second.
Looks like a little bobble out of the 83. He'll go to the high side here in 3 and 4 to try to defend Alex Collinix, who is trying to work his way up into the top 3s. So going back and forth here for second, you can see how close these drivers are, and especially how tight this thing gets off of turn 4. That wall really sneaks up on you. It does in anything you would run in the current NASCAR format, in the current NASCAR vehicles that we have, the truck, the next-gen car, all of those things that exit off of turn 4 here at Vegas really sneaks up on you, but in particular these 87 cars, really that exit sneaks up on you as Michael P. Frisch already to the inside of James D. Gibson for the race lead. So some solid racing here, the opening 25 laps of the All-In 650, duking it out for the lead. They're duking it out for third just behind them, and all the way throughout the field we've seen a lot of side-by-side action right now. Gibson able to hold off, and Brown and Collinix still for third.
Yeah, there was a point where I thought Collinix had maybe used up his tires a little early on and was starting to fall back, but he's managed to keep his stuff rolling here. Pick it up a couple more spots now inside the top 5, fighting for position number 3. As for Frisch, I just don't think he's going to be able to pass Gibson on the bottom of the racetrack unless Gibson makes a mistake. I think he's either going to have to go higher than Gibson to get by him, or he's just going to have to ride behind him for the time being. I just don't see a way for Frisch to use the bottom without sliding up into him and wrecking him.
We'll see if he's able to do it. Frisch now running a little bit higher, kind of at that seam. You can see straddling in the middle of the racetrack, trying to get some rotation with that, but he gets a good run off of the corner. He's not going to move low into 3 and 4. Interesting call right here. Now he's going to go all the way to the top side here at this end of the speedway, turns 3 and 4. So Frisch going to try to build a run off of turn 4. Doesn't really seem to carry that momentum, though. Thought that was going to be a little bit better for him, but perhaps that high line in 3 and 4 that, again, I think a lot of drivers think will come in later, not exactly happening, as now Gibson will counter and move up to that middle lane.
And right now, all these guys are doing are experimenting. You know, they're able to play around a little bit in practice, see kind of what could come in, what won't come in. And now, you know, this race is so long that they have the ability to go out there and play around and see what'll work for them as far as grip, as far as speed, what's faster, what's not, what handles to their car better. And that's something that you really don't get to see much on the sim, just because usually everybody's running the same line or the track's already rubbered in, so you know exactly where to go. Out here, it's a guessing game, especially for these leaders, because they're the first ones to do it. The guys behind, they may try and play around as well. Problem is, they don't have spotters. At least most of them don't, so they can't get told, hey, this guy in 15th found something and he's picking guys off. You should try the same thing. It's a pure guessing game up here at the front.
And what I heard from a lot of these drivers that they thought the high side was viable. They just think the tire wear is a little too significant out there right now to be able to run there over the course of a long run. But I did hear at the end of these runs, when you have a little bit of tire and you have a little bit left to lose, and you're not going to have to worry about wearing them out if you're going to pit in 5 or 10 laps or so, that maybe you would start to see drivers experiment a little and kind of run that top side. I was wondering, Jacob, if we were going to see drivers qualifying at the top of 1 and 2 because of how much speed you could potentially build up there. And right now, I think Frisch is proving you right. He's trying to experiment, trying to find some grip up there. I wouldn't say he's losing any ground to Gibson, but he's not really gaining anything at the moment.
He kind of rides right with him. You know, he loses time on exit, but he's able to pick up the time down the front straightaway with the run, getting the draft. He just can't get close enough to make a move by the time he gets back to turn number 1. He's going to have to keep playing around with that. And like I said, all it takes is one mistake out of the 75 to open up the door for the 58. But he's also got to be careful that David L. Brown doesn't get underneath him and start fighting him for that position, because that's really going to cost Frisch coming down the front straightaway if he's got somebody getting the side draft off his car down the front stretch.
That'll really pull him back. We know how much the draft helps. We know at Michigan, when you think back to the Yankee 600, how important it was to have that draft that is the leader. You almost couldn't break away. Now there's a lot more off-throttle time. You're in the corner a lot longer here at Las Vegas, as Frisch now is all the way to the back bumper, or at least was for a moment, of James D. Gibson. And you see just with this 87 car too here, Frisch, you can't run the top of 3 and 4 and stay up there for the entire corner. You kind of have to enter high and kind of cut back down, because there's just not enough side force to rotate that car to be able to get it to make grip up there. So you kind of have to enter high and cut down to be able to make it work. And that's what Frisch is experimenting with in 3 and 4 to try to make his way by James D. Gibson. Brown still hanging on for third as Kolonix and he go side by side. Then you have Logan Helton and Kwame Scott, late addition to this race as well. Haven't seen him too much in these 87 cars, but he's taken well to it. That is all 6 cars right there on your screen, battling, at least trying to catch James D. Gibson.
Well, and how about this stuff here from Frisch and Gibson? I don't know if you saw it there going into 3. Frisch went to the bottom, Gibson took the top, and then the same thing in 1 and 2 that last lap, where they kind of switched lanes, and Gibson tried to take the outside away from Frisch, and Frisch said, all right, then I'll take the bottom. That's what he's going to do right here, but he's going to slide up just a little bit with that car up on the outside. Gibson gets the run up off the corner, and Frisch trying to pull him back with the corner panel. Not going to be enough, and that time at the line, though, Frisch was about 800ths faster. So what he did that last lap was quicker than what Gibson was trying around. So that's all these guys are looking for, is just a little bit of time on that stopwatch to get a little bit closer and put together a run.
Frisch has the inside down the back straightaway. He side drafts into turn number 3, and he'll slide up in front of Gibson. A little bit of a slide job right there, and Gibson's not going to let him have it. He's going to cross him over, and I think even Gibson will have it at the line. So give it to car number 75 on lap 35 here, and Frisch may lose. No, he's going to keep it side by side into turn number 1, and I think this is what that 58 car was looking for. Getting off the corner, they make contact off of 2. Frisch keeps it out of the wall, but he and Gibson are racing hard on lap 35 of, mind you, 734.
Well, you saw how long it took Frisch to set that up right, to even get up in front of him and clear him, even if it was only for a second. That took him 10, 15 laps. It is a war out there. As here comes Frisch right back to the bottom. He'll try it again going into turn number 1, but it takes him 10, 15 laps to pull off a move like that, and it opens the door right away by throwing it in so deep so you're clear. Opens up the door right away for that 75. He'll jump back to the high side, and they'll be wheel to wheel down the back, a little side drafted down the straightaway.
I think somebody in the chat points out correctly that these two haven't always seen eye to eye. I think that's safe to say. If you're a Moon Car spectator out there, you know these two have a little bit of a history. I'd say most drivers, if they've been around Moon Car, at some form or fashion have a little bit of history there with that I Love Jerky 75 car, but right now he is making Frisch earn it, and so far that 58 car has just not been able to find a way by. I mean, he's doing a masterful job up here at Gibson of holding this race lead and running every lane, and he's going to cut down, give some Frisch some dirty air here in turn 3.
And things kind of cooled off, at least for the moment, but we're about halfway through the fuel run, right? So these tires are probably screaming right now. This last time by, 34 threes from your leaders. At the start of the race, they were running 32 sixes. So tires falling off about 7-8 tenths of a second at this point. They're going to keep falling off as this thing rolls along. The track isn't quite molten lava yet. Track temp's only 93 degrees, but the air temp's 83. As that sun continues to rise, this track is going to keep getting hotter, especially where it's in the sun. Turns 1 and 2 going to be a little bit cooler because of the shadows with the billboards and everything. 3 and 4 are going to be scorching by the time we get to lap 100, 150.
Yeah, I'm surprised. We played around a little more with the variation and setting up the weather for this, and it's definitely resulted in much hotter temperatures. Who knew that in Las Vegas, we did set it to 79, but there's been a lot of variation. As you mentioned, the ambient temperature, 83 degrees. We started practice around 81, 82 track temp. It has now climbed to 93, and will continue to do so. We'll probably end this race, if you're thinking around 1 or 2 in sim time. That'll be kind of the peak temperature of this race, and we'll see if these guys can really manage their tires at the end of the run once this car kind of starts to kick out sideways a little bit. I heard it was a little tight in practice, but again, I think that was a product of the cooler temperatures, more grip. The further we go into this thing, I think these cars are going to start, you're going to start seeing a little more wiggling out of them as they're handling it. Gibson's still your leader. He has led the opening 40 laps of the All-In 650. If you're just joining us, really all that's happened is a lot of green flag racing. Sean Butler, your pole sitter for the All-In 650, experienced internet issues as we were taking off on the grid. He currently runs 2 laps down. At the earliest caution, he'll be put 1 lap down to the inside, and will have an opportunity to get his lap back the old-fashioned way, as I guess we would say. So Gibson, Frisch, Collins, Brown, and look at that. Kwame Scott has worked his way up into the top 5. Then you have Logan Helton. David Schildhouse is up 4 spots since the drop of the green flag. Michael Sturgill in 8th. 9th is Aaron Smith, and Cole Freilich rounds out your top 10.
And Freilich's kind of dropped back too. Well, I say that. I thought he dropped back. He's really up 4 spots, but I thought he was up a little bit higher in the running order to start. So he's been able to, move. And remember how we talked about McCandless? Not you, but the other one, Phillip. He is up 12 spots since the drop of the green flag, up to P14 right now. He is rolling on the racetrack and is moving his way up through the field. Stuck behind Hayden Swank right now, about a 10th behind. You see in this little group back here. He's got a long ways to go, though, till he gets to Ronnie Osmer, some 3 seconds up the road. But I want to point this out to you here, Blake. Christopher Paff, not quite on the same speed as the leaders. He is in danger of getting lapped. They're on the same straightaway. There you see he's going into 3 as the field's halfway down the backstretch. When he gets lapped, that's going to mean that he's going to be another lapped car that Sean Butler's going to have to deal with if we get a caution here to get him back from 2 down to 1 down after his connection issues. And oh, by the way, speaking of Sean, he's the 32 days to the Bar Visual FTF 500. See what I did there?
Wow.
Go to FTF.gg for more info. Only
And
because
we got
Zach
the
dropped
graphic.
it earlier.
Look at that.
Yep. Only because what the heck is that 32? Zach dropped the hint earlier, and he put the ball on the tee, and we swung and missed. So I figured we'd try it again, and this time I think we got ourselves a home run. Meanwhile, Frisch under attack here for second from Alex Collins, who's brought his way up here.
Yeah, I think Frisch, in trying to get by James D. Gibson, may have used up his tires just a little bit. They're going to go side by side. Tight side drafting there between Collins and Michael P. Frisch. And again, does Frisch kind of pull a Gibson here and kind of maintain in that middle lane and defend his position? He's going to. They almost touch off of turn 2. That was tight between car 58 and car 22. Frisch holds him at bay and even gained a little bit on James D. Gibson And of course, you mentioned a little bit earlier, Christopher Paff, that lap traffic that's just ahead of these race leaders. He will go a lap down, I would imagine, this next time by. And there you see it right there. James D. Gibson, your race leader, able to go by. Oh, man, that was close with Frisch.
Oh my gosh, that's Paff. I talked about him, and there he was. He probably scared. Oh, David L. Brown hits him. Oh, there they go. Kwame Scott's around with him.
Contact off of turn 2. David L. Brown and Kwame Scott have a lot of damage from that one, as Paff, who was on the high side, I mean, he was a lap car. He was doing what he's supposed to do. He was running on the top side of the racetrack, just made a little bit of contact there with David L. Brown. Brown gets into Scott. They're not able to save it. And on lap 45, caution flag number 1 of the All-In 650.
And I get what David L. Brown's doing there, but the 30 can't go up any higher. He's got to give him just a little bit more room. The contact's made. It just knocks the car loose, and it's so hard to save these race cars once you get them sideways. And Kwame Scott has nowhere to go, and really, he gets the worst damage out of all this. He takes the harder hit to the inside wall, and he comes off the wall just a hair. But, I mean, with the line that David L. Brown was running, he really didn't have any margin of error coming up off the corner for a car to be there on the outside. So, nowhere for Kwame to go. And like I said, I think he's got the worst end of the damage compared to David L. Brown. But you got to remember as well, no fast repairs. So you wreck the race car at all, you are stuck with that damage the rest of the night.
And again, it is early in this race, very early in this race, and I think that's why that Brown and Paff contact could have been avoided there. You see our first pit stops. These drivers limited to 10 sets on pit road. So 10 sets on pit road, 11 overall. So you'd think it'd be about 33 laps or so on average that you could take before having to come down for new ones, and we're going to see the race off of pit road. Alex Kolinick's a great pit stop by that crew is going to put him out at the front of the field. James D. Gibson and Logan Helton will be your top 3 off of pit road. So we are slowed by the first caution flag of the All-In 650 here on lap 48. Christopher Paff, David L. Brown, and Kwame Scott come tangling off of the second corner. We will be right back after this with the running of the All-In 650. And back with you here from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. You can see Alex Kolonix has resumed the race lead after our first caution flag of the afternoon. You may have caught a replay of it just as we were coming back to green. Right now, David L. Brown still on the lead lap. Unfortunately, Kwame Scott has that dreaded meatball flag. So we will see what Scott elects to do, if he'll try to repair the damage and get back out here again. He can make up a lot of laps over the course of not only tonight, but next Tuesday as well. So that's probably one of the more interesting things about this format, Jacob, is that we have the potential. You can go 3 or 4 laps down, and you have 700 laps to make it up. And you got to think, I mean, the bull rings next week, we may get a lot of cautions in that. If we have lucky dogs, you can maybe start 3 or 4 laps down. You may be able to get that back.
Yeah. We could have a lot of cautions at the bull ring next week. A tiny racetrack for a lot of cars. 26 doesn't, or 27 doesn't seem like a big number until you put it at a tiny racetrack like the bull ring. Then it's a log jam. It's I-95 on a Friday afternoon. You're not going anywhere.
All right, so Kolonix elects to go late. Green flag is out. The only lap car that restarted on the inside that time was Sean M. Butler. We also had Derek Fulton fall out. He is back on the racetrack. He was 14 down, and he got to 11 down under that caution. Kwame Scott is rolling right now off of pit road. He may be a little slow. We'll see a little bit of nose damage on that car, and we'll see how been out of shape it is, but for right now, just 3 laps down is where he's officially scored, so it could be worse, I think, for that 25 car, is you're going to see Kolonix lead, and Sean Butler, he's going to try to get his lap back the old-fashioned way here to unlap himself, just drive right by the 22. There's really no simpler way to do it than that, and by the way, hello, Kevin McAdams.
Hello. Happy to be here.
You're excited to be here?
Yeah, I think, this format's really interesting. And going back to Kwame, it's hard to say if his race is over. Like you said, so much time between now and the end of the finish at the bull ring. If he finishes 3, 4, or 5 laps down, he's got an immense amount of time. He may not win this leg of the race of the LN 650. I think that's pretty much all said and done. But if he can maintain being in the single digits on laps down, I think he 100% is still in the running. You get a brand new car at the bull ring, and like you said, there's just that high chance of yellows. We just ran an LOTF at North Wilkesboro. This car breeds cautions. If they just keep on happening, it's something that I think they're going to have to worry about, and that'll be to Kwame's advantage if they keep wrecking.
And not only, so you talk about new cars. We were kind of having this debate a little bit earlier. So Art Reimer, he's running 23rd right now. He's the last car on the lead lap. He signed up for this race. He was the first person to do so. And he said, I'm going to run a Buick at the big track, and then I'm going to run a Chevy at the bull ring in a week. So he is running 2 different manufacturers, favoring the Buick here on these 1.5 miles, and then running the Monte Carlo on the short track when we get there next week. So you talk about different cars. I mean, I like it. I think it's unique.
Yeah.
I want to see some different paint schemes. I mean, that'd be pretty cool to run 2 paint schemes in the same race.
Kind of reminds me in like their mid or like early 2000s when at the super speedways, the Busch teams would normally run Chevy, and they'd bring out a Pontiac just for Daytona and Talladega. So that's a cool little wrinkle that Art's doing. But back at the front, Sean M. Butler 2 laps down due to his game crashing. He has made his way past Kolonix and is now on the tail end of the lead lap, 33 seconds behind our leader in Kolonix, despite him being right behind him.
By the way, shout out to Ben Easterday. He kind of saved me. Apparently, I had double file restarts turned on, so he learned the command for single file restarts. So good for Ben. That's why we have Ben here.
Can he throw a caution flag just for Sean to get him on the lead lap? Keep him on the lead lap?
I'd appreciate it.
Thing we could do? Accidentally hit the button there. You heard our in-race supporter, the voice of Sean M. Butler, who's currently on the racetrack leading, but at the tail end of the lead lap, so he's P24.
Sean, how we doing?
We're good, man. We're just cruising. We're making laps. listening to you guys, it's like I'm driving around the highway with the radio on.
I know you've been kind of in clean air a lot. Do you think that that's kind of important here? Because I know you haven't really been in a whole lot of traffic in this race, but it seems like it's pretty important.
I mean, it is. You know, it's very aero dependent, this car, and we saw how tough it was for Frisch to get by James Gibson earlier. And, you know, if you get that clean air, it's be a little bit of an advantage. So we'll see what I can do with it. I'm kind of killing my tires right now as a little experiment, but we'll see how it works as the run goes on. But hopefully they wad it up real big behind me, and I'm nowhere near it.
All right, well, we'll check in with you a little bit later, Sean. We're rooting for you to try to get back on the lead lap and maybe get back in contention of this thing. Again, a long ways to go. Lap 58 of 734, so a long ways to go in this race right now. We mentioned a couple of drivers. Oh, geez.
Cole Fralick
just clobbered the wall getting into turn one. It's like when he came out of the dog leg, it just he just turned a little less than maybe he needed to, and he clobbered the wall at that. That's a weird part of the race.
He said he was just watching the Chili Bowl. So he was trying to watch the Chili Bowl down the straightaway.
Yeah.
And he
Rusty
tagged
Walrus watching the broadcast. Here's the replay. Oof.
Full tag right there. Probably not going to hurt that car at all. And by the way, I was reading an article about drivers who were using the video. Oh, that's a nice angle of it right there. That may deter that car a little bit handling wise, but I was reading earlier this week about the video board at the Chili Bowl. That drivers were using it to spot a little bit because you could kind of look at it down the front straightaway, and they moved it to turn 2, so that's not as viable this year as it was in years past.
I think it used to be like entry of turn 1 or 3, because Larson, when he ran it, said that he would use it a lot. So that's interesting, because obviously they don't have mirrors, so you can't really mirror drive in a dirt midget or even any dirt car, really. So that's really interesting. That I'm kind of glad they moved it. But to look at, was looking at Kwame, because obviously he's got to keep his pace up as much as he can based on what these guys are running. Butler and Kolonix both running 8s and 9s. Kwame, despite that damage, I'm sure he's pushing his tires pretty much as hard as he could just to kind of maintain pace. He's only a 10th and a half off. So despite having a meatball, having a lot of front end and left side damage, he's actually keeping pace with some of the guys in the back half of the top 20. So if he can get some caution, some of these guys ahead of him like Christopher, he might get some laps back even in this race alone. So his race is by far not over.
I'm really interested that we kind of saw drivers starting to move around, and oh no, here comes Alex Kolonix to the inside of Sean Butler, which will put Butler in the lucky dog position, but not in a spot where he would wave around and be the tail end of the lead lap. So I guess the gamble for Butler to get a quick caution not going to pay off for him right now. James D. Gibson also has run down your race leaders in a 2-car breakaway for the top 2 spots. Further on back, you have Cole Fralick right now holding down the 3rd position. He seems to be really fast on the short run. He was at Michigan, too. That 15 car as he tags the outside wall yet again off of turn 4.
Yeah, and, you know, that's allowed the drivers behind him to catch up, like Frisch, like Helton, like Aaron Smith in that 70, the banana car. But you heard Sean say it when we were talking with him that he thinks he burned his tires up. Well, I think that's why we're seeing him fall back now, is because he burned his tires up. Just kind of experimenting now that he's actually with other race cars that are up at speed. And it looked like James D. Gibson was going to try and peek there on Kolonix going into 3. Can't quite get there, but he's right on the tailgate here coming off turn 4 as we still focus back here. Helton, he's losing spots now trying to get by Fralick.
There's been a lot of tight battles around 8th or 10th or so in this race. Guys side by side, we've seen it a lot. We saw McCandless be side by side a lot early on in this race. He's up to the 7th position now after starting at the back. He didn't even put down a qualifying time, but he's right behind Aaron Smith. And Smith, I mean, he was blistering in practice. He set I believe he did. Quickest time in practice belonged to that number 70 car. So Aaron Smith knows how to get around this Las Vegas Motor Speedway pretty quickly.
I think Aaron Smith is a great example of a guy who you probably won't see him making, a push for going into the Coke series. You see him in Fix. You see him in a lot of different series. He is a very good, underrated driver. He could easily win tonight. He's always in the same car over and over again. And there is a caution in the back.
So Ben Branscombe spun it, and I'm not sure if that was the caution or not. He had an interesting moment. Let's put it that way.
Never
down
fully
the front
went
straightaway.
around.
He did the same thing Freilich did, except he just about spun it, and then he slid up the racetrack and got hit by somebody off the pace in the middle of the track, and Ben decided to throw the caution as a result of the car being off pace. Here you'll see he already got the wall. He's just trying to hold on to it, and he slides up and just barely gets hit by whoever that is. Is that Brandon Zimmerman, maybe? No.
That was Matthew Brewer?
Brewer. Yeah, that's it. Matthew Brewer, the 29. You'll see here, he looks to the outside of Danny Thompson, and he just misjudges it, gets the wall. And unlike Freilich, goes around and nowhere for Brewer to go. Right there, gets into him. And that kind of kicks Ben back up into the outside wall.
And unfortunately for Branscombe, that is a meatball right there. So.
How?
Yep.
Wow.
I don't know.
Seems he got a little suspension damage out of that, and good grief. I didn't think that we would see so many drivers struggling to drive the tri-oval. Oh, and Gibson looks like he's missed his pit stall. I think he got back in. This will be really interesting here. So we obviously went a little bit past what would be the tire life here. We'll see if most drivers, they're at least going to take 2, if not all.
Yep,
the
everybody
call.
take 4 again. Yeah.
I think for some reason I just stopped talking, or my button malfunctioned
Well, how about
while I was talking there.
Strategery, David L. Brown, 2 tires. He comes out P1. He's the only guy that did not take 4. I lied. Jeff No, who was toward the back of the field, he comes out in the middle doing the same thing, right side tires for driver number 24, driver number 83. Everybody else taking 4 tires, and I would imagine here that now that Sean Butler's back on the lead lap, he might choose to pit here. Since he is the free pass, he's able to get back on the lead lap. I would think he'd pit just so that way he's on the same tires as the rest of the leaders and then have to charge his way from the back to the front. But there you see the second half of Shake and Bake back on the lead lap here from Las Vegas.
Speaking of Las Vegas, I know we were talking. I was talking.
Oh no! Aaron Smith just got turned by Cole Freilich under caution.
And Freilich has a lot of damage to the front of that race car. Not as much damage to the back of Smith because he just picked the back end up off the ground of the 70. And Freilich's going to get an EOL here and have to drop to the back.
You could argue. I'm going to blame that on the Chili Bowl because Cole is 100% distracted during this race. He's hit the wall twice. He's now run over somebody under caution. Unbelievable.
He said he was trying to text. I think he said he was just trying to text somebody. So I don't know if that's a Chili Bowl or if that's just texting and driving. But
don't text and drive, folks.
We have had a lot of issues with phones and 87 events before. You remember back to Rockingham.
We like to call distracted caution driving O'Neilling.
Yeah, that's a fitting term.
Yep.
Very fitting. The Tyler O'Neill eye-pacing experience.
So thankfully, Aaron Smith doesn't look like he has any damage. So
I mean, there's a nice little punch to the nose of Cole Freilich, but yeah, Smith, I mean, you can see the rear end. Nothing bent on that car.
It just picked the rear end up off the ground. It's like he just went underneath the back bumper of the 70. He didn't go through the back bumper of the 70.
So he's all good as we complete lap 69 here in the all-in 650. Derek Fulton has made up several more laps under this latest caution flag. He is now 7 down. Yep, 7 laps down. I'm sure Kwame Smith, Kwame Smith. Kwame Scott is 4 laps down in 26. I'm sure he was able to repair a lot of damage on that vehicle. You can see Cole Freilich probably looking to come down and make some last-minute repairs. I think Christopher Paff will be on the inside on this restart. Again, single-file restarts, lap cars on the inside, just like 1987. And it looks like David Elbrandt. So this is early enough in this race. I'm curious to see how 2 tires works because, again, we have a long way to go. I think a lot of people are going to look at this 83 car and see how he handles these 2 tires, if it works for him, if it doesn't. It's either going to tell everybody else, hey, guess what, 2 tires is viable, or it's not. And I had the feeling it might be. I don't know. We'll find out.
Just have to wait and see here as we're getting ready to come back to green. Benjamin Branscombe still on the pit lane fixing his car. Remember, he got a meatball after the crash that brought out the caution. As far as Kwame Scott, he's had a couple of trips, actually just 1 trip back to the pit lane, and you see him there catching up on the bottom as he is all good to go now. We're back under green.
Back underway here, you can see a little side-by-side. Further on back, Ronnie Osmer and Philip McCandless side-by-side in the turn 1. Osmer got a better restart on the auto clutch, and Paff is on the bottom trying to let these guys by, and he stacked up 1 car directly behind him as they will try to make their way on by. Looks like they're able to do so.
Yeah, it's poor Kwame. It's stuck down at the bottom. And meanwhile, Matt Brewer, who is involved in that crash as well, he has just left the server. So it looks like he is parking the car for both tonight and next Tuesday. He will not have a shot to complete all 734 laps here in the All-In 650.
All right, so I believe that will make Brewer the first DNF right now. We still have Branscombe on pit road getting some repairs. Kwame Scott, 4 laps down, is still on the racetrack. So Brewer may be the first DNF of the All-In 650. And like you mentioned, with that, he will lose eligibility to run at the Bullring next week if he does not come back and complete the race. David L. Brown, though, holding strong on those 2 tires up front. Aaron Smith, believe he took 2 tires as well. He's still up there. Collins, Frisch, and how about David Schothaus worked his way up in the top 5?
And if anyone knows that 2 tires works, it's going to be David Brown. Runs a lot of winter NIS, makes these kind of strategy calls. So I think he knows that if he can get to that equalizer point, he'll be just fine. Suffered a little bit of damage on that one incident with Kwame Scott and Paff. But like you said, David's made his way through the field a little bit as well. Started in 11th, made his way into the top 5, now trying to get that position back. James D. Gibson just took that 5th position from Schildhaus. Gibson trying to get back to the front and take that lead spot. But David had a solid night so far.
You know, I think David Schothaus is somebody, they ran the 87 cars in M&R a couple of weeks ago at Auto Club, and I was duking it out with him at the front of the field. I think those type of races really teach people a lot about how to handle these cars, and I think at least for this race or this stage of the race, it'll transfer a little bit, going from Auto Club and then coming to the 1.5 miles at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. I think where the trouble is, and I think it's going to be a trouble for a lot of these guys, I don't know if a lot of these guys run these cars on the short track, so it is going to be a rude awakening, I think, for several of these drivers if they get to next week, when we get to the last 400 laps of this race, that they're going to be able to handle the Bullring, because that's a tough track in its own right, but then you put them in the 87 cars, I mean, it's truly a beast all on its own.
Yeah, you know it's not easy running short tracks with these race cars, and, you know... It's not like the next gens, where the brakes are nice and of course there you can't necessarily pass. But with these things, it is so difficult to run the short tracks. It'll be really interesting to see how that plays out next week when we go to the Bullring. See how many drivers actually put in some practice laps to, see what to expect. Otherwise, we could have a lot of early cautions instead of this race where we went the first 30 or 40 laps caution-free.
So there are 13 cars, the biggest conglomerate, I would say, this far into the run that we've had at the front of the field. Tristan Baker hanging on to it. You can see side-by-side right there, Mike Wright and Michael Sturgill battling it out right now for 12th. But this is the most cars we've seen that have really been able to hang on to your race leaders. And boy, I mean, it looks like it is so hard to pass, but it seems like, especially once we get about 20, 25 laps into this run or so, there's a lot of options for these drivers, where they want to go, if they want to go to the middle, if they want to try to pass on the bottom. It's hard to get by. You have to set it up a little bit. But I think these drivers are starting to recognize the options that they have available at each end of the racetrack.
And I think for now, as far as, where you want to run, if you're by yourself, if you don't have anyone threatening you for position, you want to be either right on that bottom line in 3 and 4, and you can kind of move around maybe a little bit in 1 and 2 because of the bumps through that. But you'll start to see, I think this shadow will play more and more of a factor as it starts to get a little bit hotter. 93 track temp, 84-degree ambient temperature, and it's only 12 o'clock in the sim. I think as that hits 1-2 p.m., it's going to start to become a little bit more of an advantage. Kalanick's looking low on Aaron Smith. Barely gets clear. Smith tried to sneak in right behind him. And another driver, we talked about him earlier, obviously, was battling for the lead, held the lead for about 40 laps or so. James D. Gibson is now past Michael Frisch, and that puts him in 4th. Here comes Kalanick looking low in 1.
Kalanick's looking for the race lead. He's kind of been watching Frisch and Gibson battle for it and thinks better of it right here. Brown, I think, showing that clean air is definitely a big help. 2 tires is a viable strategy. Now, the downside of that is that if you're Brown, you kind of have to take 4. You've kind of made your bet, but you've proven to everybody else, hey, guess what, guys? If we go 20-some-odd laps, 2 tires ain't a bad call. As Gibson, man, he is close right there with Aaron Smith. They'll go side by side into turn number 1 for that 3rd spot, and now Kalanick wants a piece of the race lead.
Yeah, he kind of missed the bottom, though, Blake, and that's going to allow David L. Brown to just roll up there on the high side of the racetrack and take that lead back away. We'll see if Kalanick can set up a run here. Actually, he backs up the corner a little bit and almost gets turned by James D. Gibson, who didn't know exactly what Kalanick was going to do. No brake lights on the back of these things, so there's only really one way to find out when the car in front of you stops, and it's when you hit them. That was very close coming off turn 4 with Gibson, Smith, and Kalanick. Here comes Smith to the outside, but Kalanick going back to the bottom for the lead. I think that 83 is going to have to run on the high side, though.
I tell you what, Gibson, and I think Kevin saw it as well, he has had a couple of close calls with that outside wall in turn 4, 82 laps into this race. I don't know how he can keep doing that, but he was inches off that wall.
Yeah, he's hitting the gas just a little bit sooner than I think he needs. He's going to do it again right up to the edge. He's got to either have triples or VR because he is right on the razor edge.
Look at the run, though.
And he's going to try the bottom line. Kalanick has not made this work the last few times, but the one thing James did, he threw it in there. And for some reason, this 87 car, if you can throw it in deep, it will stick. And David L. Brown gets put in the wall, and he's going to the inside wall again. It's almost the same spot as last time with Kwame Scott, and he is around and into the inside wall a second time, only 82 laps into this 734-lap series event. Tough break for David L. Brown. Took 2 tires, and I think that was just a little bit of a maybe checkup between him and Gibson. Tough break for Brown.
So David L. Brown makes contact with the wall. I will say there was no contact between the two.
Correct.
If we can get another look at it, Brown got a little tight, and he definitely feels as though over the race chatter that he was run up into the wall. We will see it one more time. On the high side goes David L. Brown. You can see Gibson there on the bottom. Now Gibson is going to come up the racetrack. Brown's going to hang his nose in there, and Brown feels as though he was given no choice. He had to go out there, but nevertheless, Brown gets the worst end of it. He's not happy with Gibson. No required repairs on that 83 right now. He's still on the lead lap, but a lot of damage.
I don't know if we can get an onboard here on the next replay with that 83 to see exactly what he saw, whether or not he felt he would have enough room. But such heartbreak for that 83. No meatball flag, but the problem is he is well behind the race leaders right now. We're right on board, and that's definitely tough. Right there. He didn't have a lot of room, but frankly, Gibson didn't have that much room to begin with. Maybe it's better just to back out of that scenario, knowing that you're not quite going to fit in there. 334 laps on the board, and we're on lap now 86. So there is a long way to go maybe a little too aggressive this early.
That exit definitely does open up a little bit once that safer barrier comes to an end and goes to the concrete. David barely hit the very tail end of that safer barrier. If he doesn't hit that safer barrier, I don't think he hits anything. And we're talking about inches on the track. James, he will race this entire race. He'll run Vegas. He'll run the bull ring the same way he runs Mooncar. Very aggressive, always wants to be in the front. And David's the same way. He wants to lead every lap. He's not the kind of guy who will ride around and run in 5th to 7th, hold his position, save tires. He wants to be in the lead the whole time. There's a lot of guys that are like that in this race, and that's going to allow us to be able to see a lot of lead changes. Colonix also comes to mind when I think about that kind of mentality. But we're talking about very close competition. I don't think either of those guys did anything wrong. I think that's just hard racing.
They're going to go side by side for the lead, and I think one of the greatest things about this format, so you think obviously beef carries over, but this is the first time in iRacing history that you can get pissed off with somebody here at the 1.5 miles and think, oh, well, I'm going to go take him out at the short track. I mean, that's one of the things that David Brown can hold against Gibson for 700 or some odd laps, and who knows, we get to the end of the bull ring, he remembers that. That's one of the things that could come into this race that no race has ever had before. And, I mean, Brown's still running. He has a little bit of damage, not too far off the pace. So, at some point, they're going to be stacked up and close to each other at some point yet again. A nice move by Aaron Smith right there.
Yeah, getting by Colnix. And you never know. David Brown may choose just to forgive and forget. But, not every driver is Jimmy Spencer. Not everybody will never forget. Well, we'll see what these guys decide to do next week. And obviously, I wouldn't rule out any sort of payback in the rest of tonight, just because of how long of a race this is. If David L. Brown can pick the speed back up, obviously a lot of damage to the front of that car back in the 22nd position. But if he gets a couple of cautions, gets that thing fixed, gets it back up toward the front of the field, you never know what could be coming to James D. Gibson. And that's, not the first time that James D. Gibson has been accused of racing too aggressive, but I think it's a two-way street there as well.
100%. And again, for both drivers, got to realize, I mean, we're on lap 90 of 734. There is a long way to go in this race. You can't win it, but you can certainly lose it this early on. You see Colonix made the pass back by Aaron Smith. We've seen a lot of good racing, and Aaron Smith has kind of been moving around a little bit. He kind of ran the middle in 3 and 4, a little bit higher than what we've seen some of these drivers run, kind of not pinching right on the bottom, but running a little bit higher. He loses that spot, that third position, to Michael P. Frisch, and you have Schildhouse and McCandless directly behind them. Now here comes Alex Colonix trying to take back the race lead from car 75.
And it seems like there's a little bit of musical chairs behind Gibson. Gibson is doing a fantastic job ever since he regained this lead spot. He did it when Frisch was trying to battle him in the first 40 laps or so. He is fantastic at picking the right line when someone's trying to pass, and Colonix goes low. He's able to make that middle line work. If the inverse happens, he somehow finds a way to get the run, and despite having someone on his outside. And James is using the entire track to his advantage. But behind them, still battling for position. You got a battle now for 5th. Philip McCandless on the inside of Schildhouse. Schildhouse trying to make that almost third lane work. Gets back to the middle, now goes back to the bottom, single file. But I just envision, we're only 93 laps into this event, working on lap 93. I would not be surprised if the way James is maintaining this lead, he will have the most laps led by the time we finish this part of the event and go into the bull ring. He's doing a very good job of keeping that lead spot, even with pulling a very aggressive pace here in the front.
One thing I think Gibson loves is he loves to control races. No matter what, he's not going to be a bystander. He's not going to let somebody else dictate the type of race that he wants to run. And, as a virtue, I mean, heck, it's a great for sponsors. Look at Club Jerky right there. I'm sure they love that we're talking about him. He's up front. He's making moves. He's being aggressive. That's the type of driver that James D. Gibson wants to be. And Kalanick's trying his best to run him down. P. Frisch is back up here into the top 5. Smith is just falling back. McCandless is going to go by car 70 as well. So I think Smith may have used up the tires a little bit, or is willing to save just a little bit here to try and make it a little bit further than these guys. Helton has kind of been running on the top side of the racetrack these last couple of laps, but now about, call it a 7-car breakaway at the front of the field. Helton going to try to go by Schulthouse as well.
I would think maybe he's saving his stuff, but it's tough to tell about 30 or so laps into this green flag run as to whether or not somebody used up their stuff a little too much, or maybe is just saving for a later run. If we do manage to stay green that long, and we're about halfway through, or roughly halfway through a fuel run here, as Kalanick's again to the bottom, but that 75 is just so strong, a lane up on the racetrack through 1 and 2, and is able to clear. Now Frisch blinked there for a second coming down the backstretch off 2. He reappears in position number 3, but I'm sure that scared the guys around him. You don't want to be doing that too much here, especially with a long way to go.
Gibson backed up his entry a lot into turn 1 that time. He really got off the gas and then got a ton of momentum. We've seen guys kind of approach the high lane a little bit differently. Some guys kind of enter the corner pretty hard and just kind of keep it wrapped around. Gibson that time, he backed way off on entry. I thought Kalanick was maybe going to clear him. He backed off so much, but then got a significant run off the corner, and you can see how much it works for him. So it's interesting to see these drivers still experimenting with what type of line they want to run as we get further on into this green flag run. Looking at the fuel window for this, it's about 60 to 62 laps, at least by my calculations. The times I've made a couple of laps around this racetrack, and may change a lap or two depending on how the weather is and all that. But for the most part, it's going to be around that lap 60 mark that you're going to start to see drivers come down and pit. We got a long ways to go in this one, but I think strategy, when you think back to the Rockingham 508, was such a big part of that race. When you came down pit road, people got trapped laps down. That's something that has to be on these drivers' minds as they look to the next almost 234 laps of this race.
And to go back to what you were talking about, Blake, with momentum, this car, us as fans, we always hear about, let's get back to 800, 900 horsepower, 1,000 horsepower. These guys, at least, based on the sim itself, they're almost the same horsepower as the next gen, about 650 horsepower, and they are a little bit heavier. So momentum, especially at the end of a run, we see even here, Michigan is a great example, Auto Club, Atlanta, obviously, with how great the High Line is in 1 and 2. If you can lengthen that straightaway an extra 200 feet, you just pull down that straightaway, and that will help you. And I think that's what Gibson's been doing to secure this lead spot. He backs up the corner, and you see it here with Kalanick side by side. He just pulls on the exit of the corner and takes about a half car length to a car length lead every single time someone gets next to him. So you really got to drive this car patiently, and I think James is starting to figure that out already, especially if he's going to just play defense like this and control the race like you mentioned.
Other thing about these cars, and one, I will say out of all the 87 events we've done, this is kind of the most, I don't want to say awkward looking, but you don't really picture these cars at this racetrack. We went through Charlotte, we went through Michigan, we went through Rockingham, all tracks that kind of fit the mold of this car. I got to admit, it's a little bit different seeing a 1987 Chevy Monte Carlo or a Buick LeSabre at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. It's just a venue that doesn't quite fit with that era, or you don't imagine it somehow working together, but the racing is speaking for itself. Michael P. Frisch makes the move by Alex Kalanick, works his way up into the second position. McCandless is now in fourth, but the racing is good. It's really hard to make a move. Is almost contact made between Frisch and Gibson for the race lead. They go side by side off the corner, and Frisch is right into that left rear quarter panel of Gibson.
These two have been all over each other so far tonight like a cat on Velcro between the 75 of Gibson and the 58 of Frisch. I mean, these guys have gotten so close to wrecking a couple of different times tonight. In that first green flag run and here in this one when they've been 1 and 2. They sent them off into turn number 1, and neither of them are giving an inch on the racetrack. And we're only just 100 laps into this race.
I think this is one of those moments we've had in all of these 87 events, Jacob, where we look at the lap count and think, man, we got a long way. It's been a long ways, and we have a much longer way to go.
Projecting 2 hours.
Yeah.
Famous Dale Jr. quote from the Rockingham 508. We got a damn long way to go.
Oh, I think Gibson barely clipped the wall out of 4. Not a
Just
huge,
did.
just a hair, just barely scraped it. But that was enough for Frisch to have a little bit more straightaway speed. And I think we might see a slide job move. Not quite. Here comes Gibson back to maintain that lead spot. Frisch has tried. Aaron Smith has tried. Colin Hicks has tried. To no avail. They'll go a little bit further back. Phil McCandless up to 4th. He obviously didn't take a qualifying lap, but I know a lot of people think his Yankee 600 win was a little bit of a long shot / fluke, but he was really quick in that race, and he's really good in these cars. He even attests to himself, like, if I could just qualify in this car, I think I'd be winning a lot more races. But he has slowly but surely made his way in that iconic 109, that purple, orange, and white Thunderbird. I think he will definitely be there at the end of this 334 lap stage.
I got him a little plaque for Christmas, and that is one I don't want to say announcement, but I will go back in the World 600. Michael P. Frisch, obviously, he's driving right now. He can't really hear this, but Ryan Doucette, who won the Rockingham 508, we're going to go back and do some trophies for these events, as well as for some of those that we have planned in the future. But I got Philip a little plaque for Christmas commemorating his Yankee 600.
Oh,
They're going to stack up. McCandless and Colinick spin off of the corner. Is Colinick going to miss the wall? No, he hits the dead end right where Jeff Gordon says, why do I have to find the hardest places to hit? Colinick gets a little bit of damage. Caution is out as Frisch had cleared Gibson for the lead. Gibson went for the crossover on Frisch, made contact with him. Colinick and McCandless had nowhere to go as a result.
Just can't lift fast enough right there. And it almost worked, but, man, Gibson just got in there and just touched Frisch, and when he did, he backed off right away, maybe too hard, and the guys behind him just couldn't slow down.
Logan! How did he avoid missing both of them?
Logan Helton pulled a Houdini act right there down the back straightaway. Las Vegas, I guess, known for magicians, and Logan Helton is one of them tonight.
Get a replay here from Helton, and you might be able to see it. Frisch slowly moves up, and I think at the same time he moves up, Gibson's trying to pull that crossover and just checks up everyone in front of him. Helton just barely. I think he did project that a little bit earlier than everyone else. He's been pulling that run the high line and then move down, so naturally he was going to go down there, but that is very fortunate for the 63, and you see that again, just a little bit of contact, and these guys are running so close. The competition is so tight. These guys know what they're doing. They're all very, very good at this car. And it almost hurt them a little bit just because how close they were.
Oh, Schildhouse has wrecked in trying to get into his pit stall.
Oh, he biffed it, and wow. Yeah, he just overshot it, ran over the crew of whichever stall is in front of him. That's Mike Wright. As a result, Mike Wright blew by his pit stall, and both of them had to back up to make it into their pit boxes there. Wow, here's a look. So he was running 4th because of the spin, and it's almost like he sees his box too late. He'll come down here, he makes the move, and he just drives right by it, gets on the brakes too late, has to back up. He then hits the wall, and then there's the green car right in front of him that missed his stall.
He was like letting him back up. He's like, there you go, David. All right, so Schildhouse will lose a little bit of positions under the course of that caution pit stop that we've just cycled through. And on lap 108, we will go to break. A lot happening, but a lot left here in the All-In 650 from Las Vegas. Back with you here from Las Vegas Motor Speedway for Stage 1 of the All-In 650. Jacob Hitz, Kevin McAdams, our producer Zach Johnson, and even we'll give old Ben Easterday a shout-out in race control. Making things happen for you today. I'm Blake McCandless. We, of course, if you're out there watching, we're appreciative that you are tuned in for Stage 1 of the All-In 650. If you like this 87 race, we're going to throw a little bit of a teaser out there that more is to be announced at the Bull Ring as far as plans for 2023 and these 87 events. If you like the ones we put on in the past, we have some favorites returning, and we have some new tracks that we think you're going to love, as well as a lot of ideas as to how this season is going to play out. So be sure to tune into the Bull Ring if you want to find out everything that we have going on for 2023 in these 87 cars. Michael P. Frisch, Gibson, and Aaron Smith, your top three. Frisch will take off a great launch for that 58-bar Visuals Buick. Green flag back in the air, lap 111 here at Vegas.
And these restarts are so chaotic, especially with the lap cars down on the bottom of the racetrack. Yeah, this is... Oh, here comes
Four wide.
Cole Frelick's coming with them. Follow me to freedom.
Branscombe well off the pace. He hasn't fixed all the damage that I'm sure he wanted to, so he just got the heck out of there as quickly as he could. But
Schildhouse, 3 wide, and only 2 of them knew it. That was close.
That was Jamie Ritchie Price, who, by the way, if he posts a recap video on Twitter, you will want to watch it. He has some great editing and great videos of him running these 87 events. He was a part of the Yankee 600, and I haven't laughed as hard as I have in a long time. Out of Newcastle, Australia, so definitely not on the same time zone as us here in the United States, but nevertheless, he's made his way out for his second attempt at our 87 events. Glad to have him with us, rocking the old Daytona USA scheme. Back up front, Logan Helton gets by James D. Gibson for second.
It was about a 4-car breakaway due to all that lap traffic. But here comes Sean Butler. He has made his way from 2 laps down back into the top 5. He is looking for more. Here he comes underneath Aaron Smith. He will easily take that 4th position. I think Aaron just trying to get back to the bottom and save just for this long run. We were talking about it during the break. Seems like the meta so far is about 40 laps before all hell breaks loose. So hopefully these guys can kind of keep it together until then. Back to the bottom goes Butler, looking low on James D. Gibson. And Gibson, he is a little bit more vulnerable when he is not in the lead, taking advantage of that clean air. Gets a run on the outside line. Going to give Logan a little bit of a bump. But going back to Jamie Ritchie Price, he is 100% worth a follow on Twitter. He posts all of his, recap videos. He ran the Rectangle 500 for FTF, and he made a 4-car race very entertaining from his point of view. So definitely worth a follow for the 59.
Comes Sean for 4th. No, 3rd.
Has not taken him a lot of time.
It's like Sean knows what he's doing in these cars or something.
Right?
Just maybe. As he passes James D. Gibson, perhaps easier than anybody has made it look all night. So your pole sitter fell 2 laps down after experiencing connection issues on the grid as we were rolling off just about a minute or so before we took the green flag. And he is all the way back up here to 3rd and within striking distance to try to get back to the race lead. It's taken him 116 laps to get back up here, but he has nearly completed the task.
How about some guys that we haven't talked about yet? Really up to this point. Michael Sturgill up here in P5, fighting Aaron Smith for that position. Ronnie Osmer's cracked the top 10. He's P7 right now. Even Tristan Baker, we talked about him because he's in the Travis Brown 37, but he's up into P9. We haven't really talked about him since the green flag. Yeah, he is moving on up through this race. And it's a little bit of a shakeup here when you've got guys like Kolnick's at the back of the field. After the spin, and David L. Brown's back there as well after his incident. So the field's kind of shaken up a little bit, and we're seeing that on the racetrack right now, even after stops.
Yeah, not too sure about Kolnick's. He's a lot further behind than I thought it would be, about 3.5 seconds off the pack, about a second behind the person in front of him. That's going to be Reggie Zimmerman.
Osmer dipped his left side tires onto the white line and nearly biffed it in the middle of 3 and 4.
Osmer representing Dude Wipes. I believe he is one of the crew members for Anthony Alfredo, so that would make a lot of sense. So they're almost 3 wide, and Kwame Scott in the middle of this. He's obviously still 4 laps down, but he has shown that car is definitely looking better than it did about 60 or 70 laps ago. He definitely has a lot more pace than he did when he got wrecked and had that meatball. So he is, he's flirting with that outside wall. But he is in very good shape. Fulton has now gotten back to 3 laps down. I believe with the falling out rule that he will get back to 1 with these wave rounds, and then he will obviously eventually be eligible for Lucky Dog. So he should be getting back.
Gibson for second, leaning on each other. Or excuse me, that's for third, but my goodness, they were on each other's doors through turns 1 and 2. Helton moving quickly in the middle, trying to hold off for third. Butler's able to get by for second, and Sean M. Butler may try to complete his sweep back up through the field as he now runs in the second position. But man, I hate to interrupt you, but they looked like they were going to wreck there for a second.
A lot of prestige here in the top 4. Michael Frisch, currently the Winter NIS points leader. Oh my gosh.
How did that work?
Got a shot.
I guess because Helton moved down.
Gibson has seen a lot of action from his rear end and his front bumper. Side by side for third. Here comes Helton on the bottom. Here comes Gibson on the top. Gibson running wide out of 4.
I got to give Gibson credit. He is using every inch of this racetrack off of turn 4, and he's been doing so all night.
Man, he is... I thought maybe he would calm down after he slid back to 4th there. He got passed by Logan. Oh, he got the wall.
Here he comes.
This is unbelievable. I thought maybe he was just going to relax a little bit after the incident that slid him back. And now here he is just taking second right back away from Sean. What a pass. Crossover.
What a pass. Does the crossover come? It does. Sean M. Butler back down and trying to make a move for second on James D. Gibson.
He's been so good on the outside, though, in 1 and 2. Gibson has. So I'm not sure Sean's going to be able to hold on to this spot. That 75 has just been a rocket up on the outside, and there it is. There's the run that he gets.
Osmer further on back. He tagged the wall. He was running all the way up towards the fence on 1 and 2, and I think that's the only thing that's really holding back the very top of the racetrack right now. It's just that off of turn 4, off of turn 2, for different reasons, the track just kind of sneaks up on you a little bit. That outside wall just almost just reaches out and grabs you a little bit. Off of turn 2, it's the safer barrier that cuts in at the back straightaway again, because this is kind of a older scan of Las Vegas Motor Speedway. I believe they have safer barriers now all the way around the racetrack down the long Nellis straightaway here. But in 2008 or 2009, whenever they scanned this place, they did not. So it kind of cuts in, and then, of course, off of turn 4, same deal, but these cars just really like to push out of the corner.
It's weird. Some of these tracks, especially, the ones that were built in the mid-2000s, have very sharp exits and entries. You look at Homestead, very wide, spread-out exit. Auto Club, Michigan, very wide spread out exits. Kansas, Chicago, Kentucky, here at Vegas, it is very sharp. So you try to run that top line, you have to kind of cut in a little bit. And that's what these guys are finding out. You cannot run up against the wall on exit, except for if your name is James D. Gibson. He runs right up against the fence every single lap out of turn 4.
I think that's probably what's working for him is he's able to build such a run down the front straightaway. We know how strong he's been in the middle at 1 and 2. Now Frisch moves up the racetrack. We're really starting to see drivers, especially on this end. We talked about how much those shadows, how much the track was going to get cooled down. I think you're really starting to see as the track picks up, but there's added grip there at the top of the racetrack, especially at that end of the racetrack. Everybody's kind of riding the bottom here in 3 and 4, but turns 1 and 2, we're starting to see drivers run all 3 lanes, and that's awesome to see.
And it's just going to keep going. You're going to see those lines really progress as the time rolls along. Looking at the track temp right now, still 94 degrees. The track temp, the air temp, 84 degrees. So both have gone up a degree since the drop of the green flag. It's just past 12:30 in sim on the West Coast. So here comes Gibson looking for the lead once again on that 58 of Frisch. Frisch is able to shut the door going into turn number 3, but if Gibson can hold in there, he might be able to get a run. Washes up, loses a little bit of that run that he had. He would have had a shot to get to him to turn 1. We've got a car stopped. Matthew Brewer is stopped on the racetrack, or was. He's not anymore. He crashed in turn 3 and towed it back to the pit lane. We stay under green. Somebody was able to call it out before he disappeared from the racetrack. He did return to the track after leaving earlier.
I think that was a hardware issue. I think
no.
I think something happened with the steering wheel there. No, something happened where he just turned to the inside wall and.
I think you're right.
Parked it again.
We mentioned earlier he was maybe the first DNF. He came back multiple laps down, and I think you're right. That car is a perfect indicator of something disconnecting. He makes a sharp left turn right there.
Oh.
Yeah,
man.
That's either a broken pedal. If your pedal's disconnected, it'll do that. Broken wheel uncalibrated, something.
Yeah.
I hope that's what it was. Man.
But he is definitely done for the night. That is a heavy hit.
All right, so Matthew Brewer, he was 7 laps down at one point. He had worked his way back up to 4 laps down, but unfortunately, I think that is going to be it for Matthew, and we hate to see that. He'll be the first. If we imagine he'll be the first DNF of the race. I mean, technically, he's still got a long ways to go. He could come back, they could fix the damage, and he could go out and make some laps. But imagine that may be the end of the night for car number 29. Still have a couple of cars that are many laps down, still fighting in this one. Benjamin Branscombe had the damage earlier after making hard contact with the outside wall in 1 and 2. He's 6 laps down, still chugging along, but is kind of off the pace about half a second right now, so we'll need some time to fix that car. Kwame Scott is 4 laps down after repairing damage, but is kind of racing his way close to the top 10 to maybe get one of those back the old-fashioned way. And then Derek Fulton was 14 down after having a connection issue. We've let him try to get wave rounds back under caution, so he is back to 3 laps down and could well be on his way to getting back here on the lead lap before all is said and done.
It just needs another caution, really, to get him back to 1 lap down, which is where he should have been. At least that's where we would let him get to. And then he would have to get that last back on his own. But you know, the way things are going here, he is the first car a lap down at this point, so he'd be able to get, you know, those 2 back here, and then if we get another caution right away, that would get him back on the lead lap. Oh, Shieldhouse makes contact with Kwame Scott.
Or that's Joseph Selby, rather.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It was a red and white car. It's close.
You mentioned Shieldhouse. Him and Tristan Baker almost did the same exact thing. I thought that's what you were reacting to. Baker got really close to Shieldhouse on the exit of 2. These guys have been racing for the 10th position for a handful of laps. Danny Thompson there right behind him. And I was just about to say, you know, things have finally started to spread out, calm down at the front. We go towards the middle, back of the pack, and these guys are racing as hard as ever. Cole Freilich gets really tight in front of Osmer. We'll have a potential battle here for 8th. Osmer looks high, but it looks like Freilich will keep that position, but a lot of close calls here this last 30 seconds or so, and Osmer almost into the wall again right in front of this battle.
I tell you what, there's a lot
back here.
Yeah, I was about to say Joseph Selby and the like. They've had a lot of good racing further on back here. Kwame Scott, I think, kind of pushed his tires a little bit, being a couple of laps down. Man, they are close right there. Tristan Baker, that 37 car, up on the top side, trying to make his way by. There have been so many great battles happening all over the place right now, and that is Tristan Baker, that is Mike B. Wright, and Travis Brown. I think you'll be happy about this one. That 37 car running 12th right now.
Hey, he finished 12th in the Carolina Pro Late Model Series. Did you know that?
It gets you all the gets you everything you want.
As I'd love to interrupt you, but James Gibson just clobbered the wall in 1 and 2.
And
Thank
we're
you,
being told
Sean.
that he almost wrecked. Oh,
Let's get
wow, yeah. Oh, man, he almost wrecked Frisch trying to pass him here. We're going to need a replay of that.
It's about a lap and a half, 2 laps ago.
Lap 134. So this last time by going into turn 1 is when it happened. As now, look, you can see how far back he fell. Here it is.
I was in the center of the
Right here.
corner. Oh.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. He gets alongside Frisch and forgets to turn and gets into him, and that thing just snaps on him, and he goes up and hits the wall.
It's like he tried to pick the lane that he wanted to run, and Frisch said, no, I'm going to keep running where I want to run. You're going to have to run the bottom if you're going to want to pass me. And I think that took Gibson by surprise. Hopefully the car is fine, but that allows Helton to get a little bit closer. Butler now in second, chasing after Frisch.
That was a decent hit. I was worried that he may have a meatball there, but I guess if you don't get that dreaded meatball, you're okay. Osmer is in the fence in 1 and 2. He's been running that outside wall for several laps now, and he just tagged it in 1 and 2.
He got real close.
I love it though. Osmer has really been making that high side work.
Like I said, I think as this gets going, we're at 95 now. Not a huge difference, but the longer that part of the track is in the shade, the faster it's going to be relative to the rest of the track. I think that's going to be almost how 1 and 2 is at Atlanta. The high line starts to become a real passing zone. You get a really good run down the backstretch, set up a pass in the 3 and 4.
How about Michael P. Frisch and Sean Butler getting close? And how about Derek Fulton is in 25th, 5 laps down, just got lapped, but he's kind of running down your top 2. He actually came down in pit and got fresh tires 3 laps ago. So Fulton making up some ground. So Art Reimer has some issues here. See if that was a single car incident. It was. And unfortunately, I think he has the meatball there for the number 49 car.
See, let's take a look. Coming off 2. And the same thing. Yeah, he got the outside wall and couldn't save it, and that's big.
I feel like he's the third driver that's hitting that exact same spot.
Trouble. Freilic's around, as is Osmer. Oh, and Schildhaus is spinning as well. Look out, pit road. Another one around. Chat lane.
Keeps it off the wall to Schildhaus. Wow.
You got wrecking everywhere here. What the heck? It started, I think, with Freilich coming off a 4. Actually, it was
Ronnie Osmer
and Osmer. Yeah. 2 for the price of 1.
Freilich got one whale of a run off of turn 4 and just barely nicked Osmer. I'm sure they didn't think he was going to make contact. And Osmer
he almost had it saved, and he just got Freilich as he was going by. Schildhaus spun, trying to avoid up by the wall. I think he may have gotten the wall, and that knocked him sideways. And Chad Lane lost it under braking behind him. So really...
I think Schildhaus ends up getting the worst of all of this. These guys barely nick each other. Schildhaus has to avoid, and he slaps the right side of the wall pretty hard.
He's lucky he didn't flip. That's the one thing I was...
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man. That was Chatelaine right there in the 111. He just barely missed him. But I was worried there for a second that Schildhaus was going to flip when he came back down. They updated the grass physics, and you can kind of dig in with these 87 cars, much like you would have seen maybe a year ago or so with the Xfinity cars. So I'm really interested if we get any more accidents in the tri-oval, if we see somebody flip, because I think there's a high possibility that could happen.
Yeah, I saw in practice, Logan Helton spun through the grass and had a Chris Buescher-esque flip where he was sliding left side first, and the left front just dug into the racetrack, broke off, and it flew him up into the air. He didn't quite get over, but he definitely got some airtime down the front straightaway through the grass. So it's possible that the grass can reach out and bite you, even though it's just an innocent spin. As you got trouble there for, I think,
David L. Brown.
Yeah, oh man.
He was back in 14, 15 position, just trying to... He had that damage, a little bit more damage for Brown. He's going to lose even more spots. Battle for the lead. Is that Freilich?
Yeah, I think it is.
What?
Cole Freilich wins the race off of pit road.
That is certainly a call of all time. Did he take 2?
He took 4.
No, he took 4
tires.
Wow.
He was almost a full second faster, though, in the box than everybody here. if you look, Freilich a 20.5 in the box, McCandless a 21.5, Helton a 21.8, Sean Butler a 22.7.
Bit.
Man, you're going to have to take the crew out for ice cream after that.
Yeah, really.
So Cole Freilich resumes the race lead. It'll be McCandless, Helton, and Butler, your top four, as we will step aside again for just a moment as we continue the All-In 650 here on FTF.GG. Back with you here from Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and just across the street, over the hill of turns 1 and 2 sits the bull ring, where we will contest the remaining 400 laps of this race after we finish 334 tonight. So just under 200 laps left here in stage 1. Cole Freilich, Philip McCandless, who started at the tail end of the field, and Logan Helton, your top 3. See a couple of cars there down on the inside line trying to get some laps back. Benjamin Branscombe, as well as Kwame Scott. And Art Reimer, who had a little bit of an issue there, that solo car accident did not warrant a caution. He is now 2 laps down in the 24th position. Early launch for Cole Freilich. Good enough for that 15 car. Green flag is back out here at Vegas.
Got a big breakaway right there, and we'll see how 2nd through 4th do, because they're all stacked up here. McCandless, Helton, Sean Butler, add fresh to that train as well up on the high side, and they're going to leave that 70 of Aaron Smith pretty far back there. This field got really spread out because of that start there from Cole Freilich. He got out a little early, and that helped string everybody out.
Oh, trouble in the back. Hayden Swank has turned. David L. Brown, Schildhouse is around. And they don't really make a lot of contact in 3 and 4. Caution is out. Another driver spun. I believe that was Christopher Paff.
Yep. Started with Brown and Swank, it looks like.
That could have been a lot worse.
That could have been a lot worse too. I think.
Oh.
Yeah, we got a little bit of beef right here. So Brown and Gibson, you can remember the contact they had earlier, and Brown is riding Gibson down the back straightaway, and then I think Swank, just doesn't turn in as early as David L. Brown was, and Brown does an incredible job to not make that any worse. Schildhouse the same.
I was just going to say, Brown, I guess he had speeding on pit road or something, because he was in 20th. That is easily the furthest back he's been. Look at Schildhouse having to avoid another accident.
Well, remember, Kevin, he missed his box and had to back up.
Okay, that's correct.
Been,
I did forget about that. Thank you.
Yep. just because his
All
pit
right.
time was 10 seconds longer than everybody else between the cones.
Yeah, maybe got to get in there first.
You know, I'm kind of curious talking to our in-race reporter. I know we've had a couple of yellows up to this point. Are we, and Sean, I don't want you to give away exactly what your tire count is, but are you close in terms of maybe running out of sets of tires? I know it wasn't really an issue at Michigan, and then all of a sudden for a lot of drivers, it became an issue very suddenly when we had a couple of yellows at the end.
Well, it's going to be trouble if we keep having cautions at like every 40 laps or so, because we've had no choice but to take tires, at that point. So if we can get a green flag run, a couple of them, maybe it would catch us up a bit. But me personally, I'm down to 6 set of tires in the pits right now, and it's a lot less than what we started with. So it might be enough, but you just never know. And we've just had the cautions at the perfect time with this. So all of us, like I said, have had to come down and take tires. So I'm pretty sure everyone's in the same boat as me tires wise.
I mean, I would say we're getting close to halfway here through stage one. You still have over half your sets of tires. I'd say you're pretty safe.
Yeah, I just did the math. If your 7th set is on the car, you can run it about 27 to 30 laps, and you can change a set every 30 laps, and you'll still be there for the end. I think you guys are fine for now. But if you guys keep wrecking like this, people will start having to pit every 20 laps or so. That could be interesting.
Yeah, that's what I expect to happen, because usually that's how these races go. I mean, there'll be wrecks periodically throughout the race, but towards the end, everyone wants to get every position they can, and that's when the wrecks pile up more. And I don't know. I just hope they don't, happen every like 15 to 20 laps where we have to probably take tires, because you're going to be screwed if you don't. If there's for some reason it does go green, so it'll be interesting. I mean, I'm just glad I have this set of tires on right now, and I'm still, I wanted to have like just over half of my tires if possible, and I got it right now. So we'll see. Still a very long way to go, but I want to keep as many tires as I can not used on this thing. Save us a little bit of money.
We'll see if they can do that. Looking at the lap times, the fall off here is somewhat strange in that in the first 10 or so laps, you fall off significantly. I mean, I'm looking at some of the lap times, for example, that James D. Gibson was running when he was at the front of the field, so not really impeded by traffic all that much. He was running 32.5s, 32.7s the first couple of laps into that run. 10 laps in, 11 laps in, he's running 34 flats. But then the rest of the run, you only fall off about 2 to 3 tenths of a second. So you have an insane amount of fall off in 10 laps, but then the rest of the run, there's relatively little fall off. So those tires can be very important if we get to a short run and we only have 10, 15 laps or so to go in the race. That is going to be a factor if you can be a second or a second and a half faster or so for the first 2 or 3 laps of a run. And I know we kind of experienced the same thing at other tracks, significant fall off on the front end of the run and relatively little the second half of the run, but I don't know if we've had one where it's this dramatic. Michigan, I feel like we only slow down about a second, not a second and a half or so. So it's a lot here.
And one thing I'll add to that, because with this line, I was talking to you before the race, Blake, and, it seems like there's grip on the very bottom of each corner and maybe a little bit in the middle of each corner, but that's really it. So if you venture, just above, or maybe below, if you're running the middle of the lines, you're had that have grip, it's going to severely affect your grip. And you have to turn the wheel more and adjust. So that only adds to the fall off even more. So from what I've seen, whoever's been able to stay consistent with their lines and their throttle inputs have had the best tires at the end.
Now, do you think that with the track, that the fact that the track is continuing to increase in temperature, we're seeing more of a shade over in 1 and 2? Well, actually, you're about to restart. I'll let you get to it.
I mean, it's getting there, but like, it's not like where it should be. But yeah, Las Vegas is notorious for this. Whenever the run goes on, you'll see the billboards get loom more and more over the corners, and the shadows get bigger. Like right here in 1 and 2, you'll see that on the entry to the corner. So that's where everyone's going to be looking for these, because that's where the most grip is. When these shadows are prominent in 1 and 2.
All right, Sean. Again, my replay was a little behind, so I kind of missed out on the fact that we were going green as soon as we were. But thank you, Sean. We'll let you get back after it as Kwame Smith will try to go by. Again, he is 3 laps down. Derek Fulton, through all these cautions, he is back on the lead lap. So after being 14 down due to an internet issue, Derek Fulton is now back in the mix. 23 cars on the lead lap. Freilich leads them all, followed by McCandless, Helton, Butler, and Frisch, your top 5.
You really like calling him Kwame Smith, don't you?
Who did you do that for? You called Larry Pace Larry Pierce for a while, and
Larry Pierce.
You picked Kwame as your name this event.
Oh, jeez. Kwame Smith. Why do I keep saying Kwame Smith?
You got the
Sorry,
first.
like, wait, Smith?
You got the first letter right of the last name.
Yeah, that's about it.
Kwame Scott. I'll have to work on that.
It's weird
Well,
because
you got a whole week to work on it.
I've been listening the whole time, and it didn't sound like it was wrong, so I never said
I was
anything about
confident.
it.
Hey, if you're going to make a mistake, make a confident mistake. Because
There you go.
But maybe people don't notice until it's rudely pointed out by the other broadcasters.
I was going to loosely put something in there, but Jake's like, "You got to keep doing that." I'm like, "Well, okay."
That's the second time I've asked about it.
We kid because we care, Blake.
Exactly.
Someone is missing up front. It was Philip McCandless. He blinked out for about 3 or 4 seconds in second. But to touch back on what you said, Blake, about the check, definitely changing. You can see it on some of the angles on the camera for Zach. As Osmer, where is he running? Maybe it is. He is high, wide, and handsome in turn 4. But you'll see in a lot of these angles, there is a lot of rubber buildup on that first and second lane. And with this tire model, the tire loves that. So that bottom and middle lane will definitely be the preferred groove up to a point. It seems after a little bit, it does start to become a hindrance. That old style dynamic track starts to very, very slightly come back a little bit. Maybe Osmer's trying something here. He did get around James. So maybe he's found something that these guys have not just yet. But back towards the front, McCandless all over the rear end of Freilich. 2 guys that we have not seen lead this race up until after the 140 lap mark. Both these guys had fantastic green flag stops to get up here. And behind them, a lot of the front runners, Logan Helton, Sean Butler, and Kwame Scott has shown a lot of pace. 3 laps down in that 25.
He has, but again, he has the ability to kind of race his way back up here. He can get one of those laps back the old-fashioned way. And when we talked a little bit earlier about Gibson's not going to give up the lead, Gibson's not going to do this, he's going to be very aggressive, he's going to defend. I think Phillip, despite the fact that he's driven through the field, is kind of the polar opposite. He's willing to be patient. He's going to run his race. He doesn't care if he's in second or he's in 15th at this point. He's just going to try and save his tires, apply some pressure here to Cole Freilich. I mean, he was right on him there down the back straightaway, but Phillip has a game plan. He's going to run on the bottom of the racetrack for the time being, and I don't see him moving away from that. He's going to be consistent there in that bottom for a while if he thinks that's the way to go.
I think Phil is the epitome of a very risk-reward type of driver. He's got no one behind him. Logan's about a half second behind that 109. He will apply pressure until he thinks, well, I've done this for about 5 laps. I got to worry about the guys behind me. I'll start to save a little bit. But I think he also knows that he is faster than Freilich. Freilich has hit the wall. Freilich has not shown consistent pace for the entire race. Despite him being in the lead, he does end up falling back to almost to the end of the top 10 every single run. So I think Phil knows that if he can get this lead sooner rather than later, he will have clean air and he'll be able to stay up front a lot longer than being behind Cole here.
Someone said
There's
Blake
a
McLaughlin
trouble. We got one on the wall almost. Brandon Zimmerman in turn 1. They were 3
real
wide
slow
back here. And
he was letting
got
Gibson
sideways. Well, he got loose in the middle of the corner. And, he just went up there, I think, for safety up against the outside wall.
Ooh, Fulton just got loose in front of him. Saved it.
And we've kind of been looking at some of the tires, and it's kind of been back and forth. Some drivers are wearing out the right front, some are wearing out the right rear. But it looks like track temp's up to 94 degrees. Maybe we're kind of hitting that sweet spot where the track's starting to heat up a little bit, starting to get a little bit looser on these guys.
Yeah, and we're still early in a run relatively. We're only about 20 laps into the run, only 15 of those laps being under green. Once we hit a 20-lap run, so these tires still have a good amount of life in them for the time being. And how about Freilich here doing a great job staying out in front after all the issues that he's had tonight, spinning, hitting the wall, hitting Aaron Smith under caution, having to go to the back of the field. He has probably passed the most amount of cars tonight so far in this race.
He's passed a lot. McCandless riding right beneath him, gets a little bit of his nose out there to get some clean air. And I think the other thing McCandless is trying to do, he's trying to push Freilich. He's not trying to battle him right now because we've seen how these lead battles can really bring the rest of the field back up to you. I think McCandless right here is just content to push to try and keep those guys further away, but it's not really working a whole lot right now. Butler and Helton have a pretty big run, and then Frisch all the way back there in fifth has run down your race leaders. And boy, does Butler have a huge run into turn 3. He is right on the back bumper of Philip McCandless.
And Cole Freilich, I think his tires are starting to get the best of him. He pushed him a little bit too hard. Was looking at the lap times the last few laps. These guys have been running. McCandless and Freilich were in the 34s, 34.0, 31, 34 1s, now 34.2 that last lap. Butler, Helton, Frisch, Kolonix were all in the 33s, and that has finally shown as they've closed up. Butler now in second. McCandless has that clean air, and I think that will definitely pay dividends for him. We'll see if Butler plays a little bit of patience here. He's been really aggressive on these restarts, trying to get track position. Battle for fourth. Here comes Frisch. And that will relegate Freilich from the lead all the way back to fifth in a matter of one lap.
McCandless waited 300 laps to take the lead in the Yankee 600. It just so happens that was the only one that counted. He waited until lap 160 in this race to take the top spot, but he may not have it for long. Sean M. Butler has been one of the fastest cars on the racetrack the last few laps.
Yeah, Sean really has been flying. Whether or not he's been using his stuff up too much, not sure. I know back in that first run where he was back on the lead lap, he said he kind of used his tires a little bit, and after a good amount of that run, he started to fall back. But right now he is charging after Philip McCandless, just a little bit off of McCandless's time that last time around the racetrack. But he's doing everything in his power right now to stay with that 109 and try and find a way to push him into a mistake to get the lead away.
As we mentioned, guys charging through the field. Alex Kolonix was involved in an incident earlier on. He has now made his way back into the top 5. He will definitely play a factor at the end of this race. Butler looks high out of 4. Get around that fellow Thunderbird and McCandless. Meanwhile, a little bit further behind Kolonix, Cole Freilich has now been relegated back to 7th. Was just talking about him being the leader. Here comes Butler one more time, looking low, and it just seems like, Blake, that inside line is just, unless you're ahead of them going into one, that inside line is just not the place you want to try and pass. That's almost like a place you just lose all your momentum down the backstretch.
In 1 and 2, it's pretty straightforward. It seems like the middle kind of wins out. In 3 and 4, we've seen multiple lines work, and you can see Butler right there kind of faking high, and he'll go low down into the tri-oval, and we'll see if he's able to clear McCandless this time. I don't think Phillip's going to pinch him that hard. He's going to give him plenty of room, but yeah, you see that momentum on the bottom side, you just lose so much of it off the corner that you really, you got to set him up here in 3 and 4, and Butler's able to do just that. Gets the side draft, and see if it'll be enough. It looks like Butler got a little tight there off of 4.
A little early on the throttle, I think, in the middle of 3 and 4, and Phil's going to pay off here on the exit. That'll allow Helton to come in, and Helton runs a little bit different line every once in a while. He'll run the middle here, but he's been running that high, wide, and handsome into that shadow, and then he pulls it down, keeps it low here. This is probably the best representation of the bottom line we've seen so far, maybe other than Frisch pulling that slide job move on Gibson, at least in a while.
And Helton running maybe half a lane higher than McCandless there to just try to get a little bit of clean air, but he's going to have a run here down the front straightaway. Does he try to make it 3, or does he try to push one or the other and push him forward? Let's see. He goes into 1. He's going to go all the way up to the top side. He may get a mega run here off the corner if he can make it stick. Yeah, he
See,
gets a
drops
great
to the
run.
bottom. Yeah.
As soon as Helton got a really good run, I think Sean got a little tight, had to check up a little bit in 1 and 2, and they'll swap positions temporarily. I don't think Sean will be happy and content with sitting here in third. I think he wants to get in that clean air, knowing how important it is. Single file for now. Frisch trying to get into the mix as well. Now Helton's turn to try the bottom.
And with that, we are halfway through stage 1 here in the all-in 650. McCandless, Helton, and Butler. We've been mixing the names up at the front of the field all night long. And the racing is as good as it's ever been in this stage. McCandless, Helton, Butler, your top 3. Frisch, Kolonix. How about Aaron Smith kind of hanging on to this front group? Freilich trying his best to maintain after he lost the race lead in 7th. And, I think we got to give a nod to some drivers that we haven't talked a lot about in Sturgill, Wright, and Baker later on. But now here comes Logan Helton looking for the top spot.
Couldn't quite get it. Looked like him and Butler both got the apron there. Just a touch going through 1 and 2, and that might allow Sean to get to the bottom here for second. We'll see what that 63 can do up at the top of the racetrack if he can get the run. But Sean is just about even with him here up off the corner. Nice run from Sean on the bottom.
And again, that side draft, that'll kind of kill Helton's run down through the tri-oval. Now Butler takes back second. Frisch, I wonder what Frisch is thinking right there. If he's just trying to save a little bit, just kind of let these guys duke it out and pass them late in the run.
Such a psychological game, and we all experience this being sim racers. You want to save, you want to focus on the lap 50 mark of a run, but you've noticed as Phil is trying to block that second lane almost to the outside wall in the tri-oval, knowing that outside line, that second line, is where you want to be. As Sean throws it in the corner, tries to pull the same move Frisch did on Gibson, not going to work. So they'll be side by side off the corner, but it seems like the way this race has been, 30 lap runs, 40 lap runs, and I think these guys are starting to realize that something may happen in the back, something may happen in the front. A lot of these wrecks have been up front, battling for the top spot. And I think they realize, we got to be aggressive now and get ahead of that.
Well, and I think the other thing we've seen is that most guys are kind of content to ride around and save for about 30 laps or so, but it seems like after that 30-lap marker, whether it's because they think a caution's coming up or, if you save tire, you might as well use it while you can. That's when guys are really starting to move around this racetrack and experiment with different lines and really push a lot harder at the front of the field. And McCandless doing so right now, making life so difficult on Sean Butler. Gets a little bit tight down there on the bottom. And again, Helton is doing some great work here to try to help Sean. If he was pushing McCandless, it'd be all over. But McCandless trying to hang on as best as he can up there on the top. And I still don't know if it's enough off of 2. He's going to hang on the right rear.
Good stuff here at the front, man. Some completely different faces at the front here. And they're racing just as well as some of the guys that were up here earlier, like the 22 of Kolonix is now back up into the top 5. David Brown and James D. Gibson as well. Great stuff out of both these guys. McCandless up high and Sean on the bottom. And Helton's just hoping that they make a mistake right now as we ride on board with that 63. Oh, it might be right there.
Almost called it. Here comes Logan. He looks 3, but I think he's gonna. The one thing, if Helton allows these guys to race side by side, Phil being on that second lane, notoriously the second lane, wears tires out a little bit more than the bottom. And then if you're confined to not being able to have a really wide exit, also wears out the tires if you're on the bottom. So I think if Logan lets these guys stay side by side for the next 8, 10, 12 laps, eventually that will pay off in his benefit, and he will be able to get around these guys pretty easily. He's running the bottom pretty much in both corners. I think he's just minding his own business, waiting for these guys to fall off and take advantage of that here later in the run.
Keeps trading back and forth, does the race lead. You can see 2 Ford Thunderbirds battling it out. Then you have 2 LeSabres, and technically that's a Ford on Alex Kolonix, but that is not a Ford Thunderbird. He's got the Ford template, but Wait, that is a Ford. I'm an idiot. I don't know why that looked like one of those Nissan Skyline templates for a second. I don't know why I thought
Kane
that was
Cook ran one of those.
Yeah.
He ran one of those in the Firecracker. I think it was the 2020 version.
Well, we have a lot of manufacturers out here. I know David L. Brown runs a Chrysler LeBaron.
Oh, is this going to be 3 wide? It is. Here comes Helton. Helton making that third lane. You see if he does the wide X entry. Sure is. 5 cars under a blanket. Make it 6 with Smith there in the back.
He just can't keep it up there with all that momentum, but he's going to try it once again here in 3 and 4, all the way to the very top. See if it works. Now they're 3 wide for third. Butler makes some ground up on McCandless, and Helton nearly squeezes the wall. 5 cars quite literally under a blanket for the top spots here in Las Vegas.
Oh, Helton got tight out of 4, had to check up down the tri-oval straightaway, and then he almost clipped the wall. I actually saw a little bit of dust fly off on the entrance of turn 1. Helton goes from battling for the lead, trying to make up 2 spots in 1. He actually now loses 2 spots, goes from 3rd to 5th. But I think those 2 lines with all that rubber buildup on the bottom, that's starting to make that inside line a little bit better than the top. Don't think that shadow is going to be as much of an advantage as we thought. Oh, no. Phil is sideways through the tri-oval.
Golly, we know how much these guys are having to drive through the tri-oval. We've seen guys get loose. We've seen them hit the wall into turn 1 when they get tight. Does Butler have enough to clear McCandless? He is now. Does he move up? He does. Off of turn 2, new permanent race leader, at least for the time being. Sean Butler has driven back up to the front of the field after falling out of the server. After he took the pole award, he is back up front.
Great
and now
stuff
McCandless, he's going to lose second.
Yeah, and that's what's so hard about when you're fighting so hard for the lead. You're using up all your tires, you're using up all the grip that you have, and then if you can't hold on to the spot, that just opens up the floodgates, right? Here comes Frisch. Kalnick's going to look to the bottom as well, and I think for Phillip, maybe just used to stuff up a little bit too much trying to hold on to the lead, and now paying the price for it.
This tire, there is definitely, some give and take with it. If you push it for 30, you will lose it for 30. It is. Phil's going to have to be careful here not to have the same fate that Freilich has. Freilich is now in 8th, about 2.5 seconds behind our leader in Sean Butler. If Phil can kind of stop the bleeding here, he has now been moved back now to 5th. Almost the exact same thing that happened to Freilich. If he can stay in this lead pack, maybe save a little bit of tire, use what little draft you can get here at Vegas, I think he'll be all right if we can get to the green flag cycle. But right now, Sean and Butler, he's been one of, if not the best in this car since it's been out through NIS, Winter NIS, Legend Series, 3-time champion for Division 1. Yeah, right behind him, the Winter NIS points leader, and Michael Frisch. So 2 of the top dogs battling for the lead.
I gotta wonder what Aaron Smith is thinking right here. We've had all 5 of these guys duking it out, going side by side, racing each other hard. Aaron Smith's got to be loving this. I mean, he's just been right here at the back of this pack, running in 6th, and I wonder if he's just been saving his tires a little bit and is going to try to pounce here a little bit late as he almost scrapes the wall off of turn 4. He's going to try to go by McCandless on the top side. I wonder if he's in the best position because these guys have been duking it out. They've been racing hard. Is Aaron Smith in a good position to try and push his stuff now and perhaps make up a couple spots and get up to the race lead?
Well, and with the position that we're in now, Blake, we're almost at our longest green flag run, or longest run without pitting of the night. I know we had a caution in there to kind of break that up, so that added a couple of caution laps to this stint, but still we've been looking around a 40-lap run before we wind up getting our caution. Right now, as they come across the stripe, we're on lap 43 of this stint as far as tires. Now, yeah, pacing laps in there and everything, but still, we've had a pretty clean run at it here as of late, and now I think the drivers are starting to experience some of the back half as far as experience with the tires.
I think one other thing that we have to keep in mind, and I know, again, this is looking probably way too far forward in this one in terms of what could happen. But just to put it out there, we think the fuel window is, about 63 laps or so is about how far these drivers can go. If we go green from lap 140, which is the last time these drivers came down pit road, that would be 194 laps. So if they can go 63 laps per run, that means they end up about 5 short of the end. So I know it's a long ways away. We started this run before the halfway mark here in stage 1. But if you're a driver, are you even thinking at this point about fuel mileage? Because if we go all the way to the end, it is going to be close on whether 3 stops will be enough.
Well, I know as a driver, myself, Naraki, Malilla, we always work together in these long events, even in FTF races, pretty much all the time. We are thinking backwards. We are always thinking about the end. And I think if you want to win this race, you have to always have that in your back pocket. Where am I on fuel? Where am I on strategy? This race could easily go green the rest of the way. And, with this spreading out a little bit, top 2 guys starting to make this a little bit more strung out towards the front, that is very much a possibility. The more these guys get spread out, even if we have single car spins, single car crashes, Easter Day as race control might not throw the caution because there's simply just no one around them. So as this run continues to go on, that becomes more and more of a likelihood. So, I honestly, I think, this is the perfect time to talk about it. We're now in the second half of the first part of this event. It very well could easily become a fuel mileage race.
And not only that, think about what that sets up next week. If you have maybe just 1, 2, maybe 3 drivers that end up making this strategy work, and the rest of the field has to pit an extra time, or they end up losing a lap, we could see a situation where we're starting the bull ring with maybe 3 or 4 drivers on the lead lap. That would set up a very interesting beginning of stage 2 in this race. To start that up, as you see the 111 here of Chatelaine makes his way by, and Joseph Selby running right up here in 14th.
Michael Sturgill just disappeared. He was having a good run.
Yeah, he was. I was just about to mention his name. He was just riding there in the 8th position in the Roasted Jim's Coffee Chevrolet. And I think perhaps another internet issue afflicting one of these drivers, which would be a real shame, especially this late in the going. It's one thing like Derek Fulton, who's now running 18th. He had his issue early, was able to make it back up. I don't know if Sturgill's going to be able to do so. So that is tough for driver 90, who is inside the top 10.
And the more people that have these kind of issues, we got Sturgill, who will, if he comes back, he'll be multiple laps down. Art Reimer's 2 laps down. Kwame, despite, he's done a fantastic job to stop the bleeding. He went from 4 now down to 3 laps down. Branscombe 6 laps down. If what happens, if we do have what happens with this pit stop strategy, we could have 20 guys a lap down, and if that happens, that makes the second leg of this event much more difficult. So we're talking about thinking ahead for this part of the race, trying to make it on fuel. You may put yourself in a much better position if you can be on the right side of strategy. You may put yourself in a very, very precarious situation, and you haven't even completed a lap at the bull ring. A lot of stuff to consider here. And we got 144 to go in this event alone.
Side-by-side battle for 20th right now is between David Schildhouse and Hayden Swank. Schildhouse has been one of those drivers that has really been trying to make the top side work for him. And I think as much as we heard drivers talk about that top lane being viable, but perhaps wearing out your tires a little bit. Oh, trouble. That is Benjamin Branscombe on the back straightaway, the inside of turn 3.
No caution.
Single car.
Yep.
And almost a repeat of what he did earlier.
Good news, bad news. Michael Sturgill has fallen and attempting to reconnect into the server. Currently 3 down, so he will fall behind Kwame Scott and Art Reimer. Make that 4 down. Branscombe looking to get into the pits. Oh, gosh, he almost just wrecked on entry.
So a lot happening there. Branscombe on pit road. Sturgill trying to get back in. Again, same rules apply. If the cautions do align, we'll try to put Sturgill back to 1 lap down since he fell out because of a connection issue. Meanwhile, up front, we had about 5 or 6 cars under a blanket. They have separated since then. Butler and P. Frisch have continued to pull away here at the front of the field from Collinix. Aaron Smith, who now made his way by Logan Helton just a couple of laps ago. He currently rides in that 4th position and doing a solid job with it. And you can see Branscombe right there making his way off of pit road, 7 laps down, but he's going to have some fresh tires and perhaps a little bit of damage to go with it.
He's got to come back down onto pit road because he has a black flag, Blake. So he'll be back in the pit lane. Yep. So he's going to have to serve that yet. Good news for Michael Sturgill, though. Back on the racetrack. And he is now rolling off the pit lane right now after falling out of the session. So good to see him back in here. And he'll get back rolling. And eventually, once we get a caution, he'll get all but 1 of his laps back.
Hope he can do it quickly. Interested to see the time he's able to gain with those fresh tires when he gets back on the racetrack. We'll see if it works out for him. Your top 2 now have kind of settled things down. Not a whole lot going on. I don't think Frisch is necessarily knocking on the door to try to take the race lead. I think he understands there's a long ways to go, and we're kind of getting close to that pit window anyway. We're about 56 laps into this run, so I'd say in the next 10 laps or so, we may start to see green flag pit stops, which, by the way, Vegas isn't easy to pit from anyway because you're pitting in the racing groove and how flat the apron is, and that transition down there is pretty violent. But again, these are the 1987 stock cars. They do not like to stop very well. So I wonder how many of these drivers practice green flag pit stops. I know I saw Philip McCandless doing a lot of green flag pit stop practice before we got this race going, because it's going to be a different animal trying to get these things woed down to pit road speed to get these things down and serviced.
I think this car is, at least on the oval side, by far the most difficult car to pit. You know, it's hard to downshift. If you really want to, you got to drop the clutch if you don't have auto clutch, unlike Philip McCandless, who does. So he might have a little bit of an advantage coming to pit road. But like you said, there's just, the brakes just do not work. When they do work, people have a lot of rear brake in the car. It wants to spin, and it's very challenging. You already talk about the track configuration. There is not a lot of banking you can rely on. You're also going to have to worry about things like communication. Make sure you let the guy behind you. You know, if you're Logan Helton, you want to let Philip know that, hey, I'm pitting. If you're Sean Butler, you want to tell Frisch, hey, I'm pitting this time. So things like, you know, running over someone, you know, that happened in the Rockingham 508. A lot of times we were getting to the green flag cycle. People were screaming for tires, but multiple times people got ran over entering pit road. And it's a very similar configuration here at Vegas. You got to use the bottom lane. You got to be smart, but you also got to be aware of your surroundings to make sure you don't run someone over as Osmer starts the green flag cycle.
I remember Osmer was kind of somebody that we saw running the high line. You imagine he probably didn't get quite the fuel mileage that some of these drivers up front got. So Ronnie Osmer will be our first taker down onto the pit lane. He'll get service, 4 tires, and fuel for the number 55 machine. Jamie Ritchie Price is also calling out that he's going to pit 60 laps into this run, so Richie Price is down. David L. Brown has also pit, so perhaps our fuel calculations a little bit longer than what we anticipated. These guys are pitting about 58, 59 laps into this green flag run, which again brings up the question of how long these drivers can go on fuel, because again, if we play things out, it's going to be very close on a 2 versus a 3 stopper.
Well, and remember, they had a caution in here as well, so they were able to save a little bit more fuel, so they're able to go a little bit longer. You see Freilich, James D. Gibson on the pit lane right now, pitting from inside the top 10, so they'll make the call here. And we continue to wait now for the leaders to make their call onto the pit lane.
Little game of cat and mouse here, Kevin. If you're Butler or Frisch, I mean, if you're Frisch now, do you want to pit a lap before Butler, or do you want to pit after him?
Yeah, I mean, I always pit as late as I can. You know, especially, I don't know what it is, like just the tire, the way it is, no matter the car, next gen, B car, trucks, the 87 car, you know, there is a cycle to the tires. You lose maybe 2 seconds on that first lap or so. You know, if you can attack the pit exit, you may hold your ground a little bit, but you end up paying it back if you pit a little bit earlier. So I would rather have the 1 lap newer tires, but with the way Clean Air has been, you can make it up a little bit. I think either way you'll be fine, but I prefer to have the newest tires, and you know, we'll see how long these guys can stay out. But if they pit in the next 3 or 4 laps, I would say the fuel strategy might be a little bit more out the window than we thought. But if I were me, I like to pit as late as I can. Also, I hate being on pit road when the caution comes out. I'd rather avoid that as well.
Something you definitely have to think about. David Schothaus pit, so did Tristan Baker. And so I'd say roughly half the field has started to make their way onto pit road. Butler and Frisch are still on the racetrack. So is Kolonix, Aaron Smith, Philip McCandless. About half of your cars on the lead lap. But meanwhile, my goodness, I was just riding on board with Derek Fulton, and Brown and Gibson just flew by them on those fresh tires. So they are making up a lot of time in the midst of this cycle.
Logan Helton makes the call. He's going to come down in the pit lane from position number 6 here, right behind Philip McCandless as you ride on board with James D. Gibson. He is flying around the racetrack on those fresher tires. Last time by, a 32.8 for the leaders. It was a 34.3. So he's just running just a little bit faster than the race leaders right now. Haul in the mail.
Remember these two earlier, though. Not too friendly. Oh, they're almost touching down into turn 1.
This is why I want to wait.
David O'Brien's definitely not playing too kind right now to James D. Gibson. He's not giving him an inch.
Man.
You can tell. Oh.
Immovable force.
Comics is in.
Immovable object versus irresistible force.
Couple of cars in. Smith as well as
James.
My goodness.
Play smart, boys.
Yeah, if I'm anybody, I'm trying to stay out every single lap that I can. McCandless, Kolonix, and Aaron Smith came down. This is the one thing that could really shake things up. A caution in the middle of this green flag cycle. These two are not giving each other an inch. It could happen.
You guys know what I'm trying to say. What time is it? 10:30. Been up since 8. Leave me alone.
You're used to driving at this point. Oh, but Gibson's going to have to deal with a lap car, or not a lap car.
Yeah, and he's
somebody who
pitting.
hadn't pit yet. That was
Chat Lane.
Yeah.
So they pitted lap, 140? Had about 6-7 laps of cautions. You probably can save 3-4 laps. We're getting close to maybe making this on 2 stops if you're Frisch or Sean. It's going to be close.
I think at this point they're kind of safe. I would think that some of the ones that pit in the last couple laps might be close, but I would think if you're Butler, if you're Frisch, the fact that you haven't pit yet, I think you're fine. And man, contact down the front straightaway.
Is he trying to set a pick on him? That's a pick. They're trying to set a pick.
Touch.
Oh my.
David Brown, I can't confirm it. I think he was trying to set a pick using Selby, and that got real close and real nasty real quick.
So almost contact there, or there definitely was contact. It wasn't anything more than just a little bump or a nudge, but it could have turned into a little bit more as Gibson will cut off there Alex Kolonix, who's on about 5-lap fresher tires. Oh, man.
Oh.
You guys realize they're laps down, right? If caution comes out, it's not in their favor.
Right. They're going fast.
They certainly are moving.
Yeah. Your 2 race leaders are still out, and then you have Danny Thompson.
Oh, Art. Art almost just took out Sean trying to pit.
Yeah, I heard Sean yell. And Art Reimer did not say, he spun trying to get on the pit lane and trouble. He's good, but at what cost?
Sean's heard enough apologies in 2023. He doesn't need another one. You stay green.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you can throw making it on 2 stops out the window. I mean, they are going well past what they would need to. Butler and Frisch are.
Maybe 63 and 62 if they pit. Well, I guess it'd be 62 each. So they should be well past. Unless these guys just completely missed the mark, or they just realize, we're not going to really do much on pace and just do a different strategy. I don't know.
Remember, they had a caution, at least one caution in this stint to save a little bit of fuel. Maybe these two guys are the only two that actually saved, in Butler and Frisch, and nobody else really thought about it, or these couple of guys, including Thompson in there and Brandon Zimmerman. I don't know, but these guys clearly have an advantage somehow.
With the caution, this is lap 70. If they save 5 laps under yellow, that's still 65. I think Blake's right. I think they are well past the mark. They should be more than fine. Now, if I'm everyone else, I'm thinking about tires. And I'm thinking about splitting this evenly the rest of the race and having that one extra stop, and hopefully the tires end up paying off. Oh, Sean just put himself in the wall in turn 1. He keeps going, but he did clip the wall. Oh, sorry, he clipped the wall on the backstretch. Or sorry, in turn 1. Entering turn 1. It was about a lap ago. I was on replay. It was
in turn 3.
It was in turn 1.
In the grandstands at the bull ring.
Reminds me of when this guy, during testing, told me that Tony Stewart flipped off a turn 4 in 2001.
So still not a lot of takers. Brandon Zimmerman finally completed his service. So did Jeff No. Fulton is still out on the racetrack. So is Joseph Selby. Nice to see them up here in the top 5. And Sean Butler is going to shortcut Michael P. Frisch. And Butler is on pit road and looks like he got on it pretty smoothly.
Yep, no black flags. That's the key to pitting under green, no matter what the racetrack is. Don't speed on entry. Don't speed on exit. Don't blend too early and give yourself a black flag. And he passed step number 1 right there. You saw Danny Thompson coming in as well. He was on the lead lap, had yet to stop.
Curious if Sean does have any damage. He clipped the wall on 212. Finally got my bearing straight on that, but it wasn't a hard hit for the 32.
Looks like a solid stop for Sean M. Butler. I'm curious, though, about Frisch. How much longer can he go? Yeah, apparently it's going to be just 2 laps. He's going to come down and pit this time. I imagine his mileage probably helped by the fact that he never took the lead. Had a little bit of draft this entire run. You can see waving down the back straightaway. He's going to try to usher Michael Sturgill on by. And we'll see what his in-lap is, and that will just about complete green flag pit stops. Frisch will come in. Fulton is still on the racetrack, and Selby pit last time by. So Derek Fulton, the lone remaining driver who has not pit right now, who's had quite a comeback, was 14 laps down at one point, and if he stays out one more lap, he'll take the race lead, but no, he is going to slow down and come down and complete his service as well. So green flag pit stops are done, and it looks like Alex Kolonix will cycle through to the lead after pitting on lap 205. Now, the other thing is, how much time did these guys gain on Frisch and Butler, who stayed out an extra 10 laps? I mean, they're going to be well up the road.
Yeah, even if it's about 1.8 to 2 seconds a lap, that's what it seems to be. It'll be about 10, 15 seconds. Well, once Kolonix finally cycles out, we'll get a better picture of the margin. Kind of start to see it here. Sean about 5 seconds behind Alex. I think Sean will rip through the top 5. Yeah, I thought it'd be a lot higher. I really did. Frisch is about 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds behind Sean. So those 2 laps, pretty significant between those two. So, like I mentioned, I think 1 lap you might be okay. 2 laps, there's going to be a pretty big margin. But Frisch should have a little bit better tires here for this entire run. We'll see if it pays off. 118 to go, and we got split strategy. Couple guys on two-stop strategy, the rest on 3.
Yeah, I gotta say, I am shocked that they came out as far up as they did. I mean, Butler, McCandless pit 8 laps before Butler did, and mind you, he was only 2 or 3 seconds behind Sean when he pit. He comes down, and Butler already after 1 or 2 laps, just a couple. I mean, he's run down the leaders. I thought there would be a much bigger gap between those who had pitted and those who didn't. And you can see how much more speed Butler has.
A little bit of an
And
incident.
Frisch and Brown had an
Yep.
issue in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, I was going to say a little
David
bit of an
L.
incident between
Brown.
those two.
Yeah,
Frisch is
Brown
way
came down
faster.
the racetrack. Brown came down the racetrack into turn 1 like he was running his line, and he said over the radio he had no idea that Frisch was coming down there. Those fresh tires, he just sent it like 4 rows deep going into turn number 1 and about spun the car. He did a great save. He lost some time, and he'll do it again right here. This time, complete the pass. David L. Brown gives him plenty of room, but that could have been disastrous right there.
It's going to cost him a decent amount of time, and you wonder how much damage was done to those tires, kind of smoking them like that, too. I mean, we've kind of well documented that you have the speed in about the first 10 laps or so, and then it kind of evens out after that. How much damage did that do to kind of the short-run speed you'd need if you're Frisch?
We'll see. You know, he's got a... Like he said over the radio, though, he wasn't too mad about it. Just said it's a long race. You know, you got at least one more stop left. So he's, I don't think he's too worried about it at this point. Maybe now just be a little more conservative on those tires so you don't run into a problem late in the going here. But coming up toward the final 100 laps here, Blake.
I was about to say this last little third of the race or so has really flown by, as on lap 114 we are completing our cycle. You can see Butler in the picture right there. He's going to try to take the race lead as we are going to step away for just one moment. 114 laps to go here at Las Vegas, and we'll take you through to the end here on FTF.GG. We're back with you here from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Blake McCandless, Jacob Hitz, Kevin McAdams has been so kind to stop in the broadcast booth with us tonight, and our producer, Zach Johnson, down working the controls. 109 laps to go. While we were away, Sean M. Butler made it look easy as he was able to fly by on those fresh tires by Alex Kolonix. He'll take the top spot. You can see Michael P. Frisch has worked his way up to third, but is about 2 seconds seconds behind your race leader after pitting a lap later, or sorry, 2 laps later, and running into that issue with David L. Brown in the middle of the corner. So we worked to 108 laps to go here in stage 1. And I know it's easy to think about when you typically think about what you want to do here in the last 100 laps, Jacob, for the win. But this is all about setting yourself up for next week. The race continues on. So I think more of what we kind of get to focus on is how some of these drivers just up the road from Sean, can they hang on and try to stay on the lead lap so that they start on the lead lap when we get to the bull ring in a week?
That's right, and you're looking at cars like David Schildhouse, Hayden Swank, Jeff No. Those are the first 3 cars in danger of going 1 lap down to Sean Butler. And then you also look on the other side of it. You've got Christopher Path, Art Reimer, both of them at least 2 down. Reimer is 3 down. Same with Kwame Scott. Michael Sturgill is 5 laps down. Of course, that was because of connection issues for Sturgill. So if a caution were to come out, he would be able to get all but 1 of those laps back. So that could put him back into contention for a decent finish, but obviously he would need a caution in order for that to happen. For Branscombe at this point, he's just logging laps, trying to hope he can maybe pass some cars that DNF, but we've only had 1 car so far, Blake, Matt Brewer, who said his headset died twice, and that's what caused both issues for him, and that's why he parked the car the first time and then the second time. And that's why he will not race the rest of tonight or next week from the bull ring.
And when that's headset, just to clarify, that's not your ears. He's probably on a VR headset as well, and I'm sure couldn't see anything. Yeah, so that explains the vicious left turn, just trying to stay out of the way as much as he could have. Had that happen in NR 2003 a couple of times, and it's a terrifying thought when you can hear yourself moving, but you don't know where you are.
Denny Hamlin mode.
You start hearing grass and you know something's wrong.
Yes. You just hope you don't hear a loud bang or, just a little bit of contact with the wall, or especially with another car. We can look right here. James D. Gibson side by side with Cole Freilich, who goes on by. That's the battle for the 7th position. Gibson, as we know him, not going to give it up too early. But again, think a little bit further on back, just behind him, David L. Brown. These two haven't seen eye to eye so much tonight. We'll see if this battle kind of brings that 83 up and if anything happens between these two.
Yeah, because these two about started World War III during that last round of green flag stops. So they were all over each other, putting each other in the way of lap traffic. That's the stuff you like to see, just as long as it doesn't go too far. And so far, both of them have raced hard, but they've raced clean up to this point.
They certainly have. I want to give a nod to Aaron Smith, the second, who has been doing a really good job tonight. Just been hanging around the top 5. I know we run these 87 cars a lot, Kevin, and we talk about different names that run all the different series, run all the different leagues and races, and race on the service in the official series with these cars. Aaron Smith is becoming one of those drivers that is getting comfortable with this car, the driver out of Hollywood, South Carolina. Who has really taken a liking to him, and the fact that, he's up here in the top 5. We've had a very long green flag run, and we talked about competing with some of the best of them, Michael P. Frisch and Philip McCandless, your 2 defending race winners right up the road. I'd say Smith is doing a great job tonight.
Yeah, and this community, that runs this 87 car religiously, you start to become familiar with who runs it, on a weekly basis. People enjoy this car. Some people don't, but a lot of us do. And, he's definitely one of those guys. I raced Aaron a lot over the years, and I remember I ran with him in in a Homestead race in the A car, and we had a great battle. Super clean guy, super competitive. Like I mentioned before, he's not going to be someone that you'll see going after the Coke Series. It's not always for everyone, but he is definitely a top talent. And he's shown that he has definitely taken a liking. This car is definitely different from any other oval car. We've seen guys who are in the Coke Series. It is not just something you jump into and you immediately are fast in. It is a completely different animal. And Aaron's doing a really good job of getting acclimated to this car. He's about to battle your brother in McCandless, Philip McCandless, for 4th. So he's doing a fantastic job. And if this stays the way it is, even with the strategy, I think he'll be in a great spot for the bull ring next week.
Certainly will. And just behind, what's the best battle on the racetrack right now between Gibson and Cole Freilich? You see David L. Brown making his way up there. He's going to try to make 3 wide, and is that going to work? As Freilich and Gibson kind of squeeze him out.
Freilich loose off of 4.
Oh, Brown's going to go to the very top. He's going to make it 3 wide into turn 1, so they stay 3. Oh, man, he almost hit Freilich again. Gibson does not want to run the bottom. He's made that clear when he's been side by side. He does not want to run the bottom in 1 and 2. Freilich's going to get a crossover here. He gets loose. Now Brown has a run. Gibson's going to block the 3 wide move. What happens here into turn 3? Brown's going to drive it in and sends Gibson up the track, but he handles it.
Great stuff.
This may not be over yet.
Schildhouse is on the pit lane. He just called out and he's pitting. He only made it some 30 laps before he decided to come onto pit road. He was one of the first guys to stop.
Ronnie Osmer also in. I think this is a strategy call, knowing that they may have made the wrong decision. Split the run a little bit here. Oh, David is retiring.
Wow. I thought maybe he sped and that's why he was saying that, but...
Osmer is spun onto the pits. He's still trying to gather it together. He finally gets going. He does a full... He actually... I think he clipped the inside pit wall on entry.
Yep.
We'll see. Oh, yeah, big
Schildhouse
time.
is broke. Schildhouse's car has damage. That's why he's parking it. But that means he is out for next week.
Yep. Osmer went down pit road backwards for about 200 yards, does a good J-turn maneuver, and gets back going. Hopefully not a lot of damage on that 55. He will be down and away, but he will lose a ton of time. Back to this. It's definitely when these guys will make more contact, and as I say...
Oh, man.
Add right to that battle, too, in that green car. He's on the lead lap. That's 4th position.
Bystander and Brandon Wright, or Mike Wright, he will just wait for this to kind of settle down, I think. And as soon as I say that, he looks 3. Never mind.
Brown's going to get the run. Christopher Paff is just up the road from this battle.
Yep, lap traffic. He goes to the bottom. I don't know if that's where you want to go here, pal. Let's see. Oh, man. Freilich crossing him up the racetrack and David Brown.
Pass, lap traffic.
Lap
traffic played a factor in a couple of these guys' races already. I wouldn't say caused an accident, but definitely played a factor. And that was with Brown. He gets out of the way. James Gibson about a half second now away from this battle for what is now 8th. I'd say Brown is definitely faster than Freilich, but Freilich has done a really good job of playing defense, running that second lane, and a little bit of contact, a little bit of bumper cars into 3 again.
Well, typically we've seen it's the car on the outside that's kind of in the defensive line, and Freilich has done a great job of making the inside work and kind of holding Brown up despite the fact that he's on the bottom. He's done a really good job.
See if we can get the bottom to work this time. No, here comes that 15. Oh, he washes up, almost gets into him. Off at 2. And Gibson got the wall. Gibson got the wall. Can he save it? Yes. What a save, but that's going to allow these 2 to catch back up.
And that'll anger the tires. These rear tires are not going to like that at all, and that'll allow them to get back. Oh, he's in the wall again out of 4. Something might be wrong with the 75.
It might be now that he hit the wall.
Oh, Freilich just hit the wall. What is going on?
He's done that a couple times.
And he is drifting through the corner. You can see the smoke off of the rear tires. Meanwhile, Mike Wright just has the best seat in the house for everything that's going on right in front of him. He hasn't really tried to make a move yet, but he's just being a spectator to all of this.
It's either the best or the worst, depending on what happens in front of him. He might have to be avoiding the entertainment here in a second. There it is. Oh!
Caution.
Caution's out. As I said, Mike Wright
just came down the racetrack. Just came down. Like if he came down any earlier, he would have been fine. Any later, he would have been fine. But right at that moment, Brown was in the gas and just got into his rear bumper and got him loose.
We'll see a replay. James D. Gibson hit the wall by himself. despite what was going on behind him. And that changes everything. Fuel mileage is out the window.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
The advantage that Frisch and Butler had is gone, and it's all because of the contact in 4 with Brown and Freilich. And as you see, Gibson hits the wall by himself, right? Blake just mentioned that he was a spectator for the entertainment in front of him, but he became a innocent bystander and a victim of the hard racing that we saw for, 10, 15 laps in a row was just bound to happen.
Yeah, that was some great stuff right there. I believe Hayden Swank had just gone a lap down, so he will be the lucky dog, at least if my timing and scoring is correct. So
And
yet another
Sturgill
wreck for
here.
David Brown. He has had a tough stretch of it here, and
Sturgill will be the wave for the connection issue, I believe.
Yeah, he's going to get all but one back. So this
Yep.
puts him back into a position here to have a good run and not be in the hole when we go to the bull ring next week. But now it's time to pit, and even though it's only been 30 laps or so, everybody's coming to pit road.
And plenty of tire sets, too. I think that's one thing when we think about the last 90 some odd laps. If we get a couple of cautions, these guys have a couple of sets of tires in their back pocket that they are willing to use. We saw how 2 tires worked earlier with Brown. Oh, and Helton overshoots his pit stall.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Speaking of pitting, that is one thing. These guys pitting at the bull ring in those tiny pit stalls, that's going to be something to see next week.
Colin
There's
X down and
McCandless.
away. Oh, we're going to have a
Colin's
shake-up.
going to win it. Sean's going to be 4th.
Sean's going to
Frisch,
fire what...
McCandless, Butler, Smith. Oh,
You could
brother.
fire a pit crew. Sean would definitely be firing somebody. He just does not... I don't know how the RNG works in this car. I've benefited from it. I've lost spots because of it. And Sean, I feel like he just loses spots every single time.
Sean, are you going to hit every single one of them with the damn hammer?
Yeah, I'm going to do it myself at this point.
Might be
Get out the
faster
car
that way.
Oh, brother.
They should do that for the All-Star race one year. Make the driver get out, change each tire. You get a jack man, but you have to change your tires yourself and then get yourself strapped back in. I think that would be a fun little competition.
Good luck.
I think that turned into, okay, so who can get, moving before they actually get, their belts tight and their Hans on, and they probably need help. I mean, honestly, with the cars the way they are now, I mean, they probably need help getting back in and putting the window net up and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe don't make them go back out on the track. Maybe as soon as the 4-tire stop is done, that's it.
Oh, man. Well, all right. So this will shake things up considerably here as we run under the caution flag. I mean, that was, about a 100-lap run right there?
Let's do it again.
Yeah, it'd take us through to the end.
I don't think so. Do you see how much time's left? Drivers are going to start to panic now, because they don't know how many times they're going to get bunched back up. So they have to do everything as far as passing guys on this restart, just in case they don't get another stab at it.
And I'm going to brag on these guys for a second because we've run, this is our fourth 87 event, and we have had some fantastic racing in all of them. Green flag pit stops, Rockingham, we had, about 130 some odd lap run to the end, or we had about 130 laps in a caution, and then I think it was about 20 or 30 to the end or so. The World 600... aside from the fact that people were blowing tires, that's all we could handle, but we had some great runs in that race. And then in Michigan, things went very well until about the last 20 or 30 laps or so. But we have seen a lot of great racing in these events. So if you like this type of car and you like this green flag racing, you like the ability to just have these endurance races where you have to execute everything so well. Again, you're going to want to tune in next week when we come back around to the bull ring. We will unveil our 2023 87 event schedule. You're certainly going to want to be a part of it. Also have to remind everybody, over the course of this race, these drivers came together and they said, we don't want a prize pool. We want to donate all of the money that was raised, all the sponsorship, all the entry fees, means everything to the family of J.D. Willis. I will post a link in the Twitch chat if you're a part of our Twitch broadcast. Let me make sure that's the right one. Yep, that's the right link right there. So if you feel so inclined, unfortunately, JD lost his mother this past week, and these drivers wanted to come together and show their support and help relieve some of the financial burden of that. So if you would like to, you can donate a couple bucks to that link. 100%, not 50 like we do with most of our races. 100% of what we raise will be directly donated, and happy to be representing these drivers who wanted to come to that decision to help one of our own, as JD has been a part of our events in the iRacing community for a long time. We'll get things back underway. 87 to go here at Las Vegas. We are 3 wide at the front of the field with some lap traffic, and Butler has a little bit of work to do to try to get back to the front. And here comes James D. Gibson, a big move up the middle.
Yeah, he's not wasting any time, is he? He knows that he doesn't have a lot of time. Like I said before the restart, this is your only time where everybody's going to be really bunched up. You have to capitalize and make the most out of every single lap, every single corner. Get as many spots as you can here to get yourself in a position to try and win this race.
And due to the lap traffic, we have seen a little bit of a breakaway between Frisch and Kolonix. Butler about 0.8 of a second behind our leader in the 22. And you know, making up that gap is going to hit the tires a little bit harder. Hayden Swank just came off the pits. He's going to be on the apron there. But, you know, if you're Phil, if you're James, if you're Sean, you got to push your tires a little bit more. And if you're Alex and you're Michael, you know, you have a little bit of gap to make up behind you, maybe save a little bit. The way this is, if this goes green, about a 45-lap run. And, you know, it's never too early to be thinking about pit stops. But James D. Gibson, he's thinking about getting around this 109 of McCandless in 1.
Try to do that. Runs a little bit further up the road than McCandless in the corner. Doesn't exactly get the runoff that I'm sure he would have liked to have seen. Butler up to 3rd. Past the 109, Aaron Smith in 6th. And how about Brandon Zimmerman running in the 7th position? The other Roasted Jim's Coffee entry, been doing a solid job. He's been participating in our events for a while and kind of chasing down Aaron Smith for 6th. So a great run for that 20 car.
Yeah, had the strategy play out for him as, whoa, that's Branscombe on the pit lane.
Yep.
That's going to be a black flag for him. He was going way too fast coming onto pit road, so not sure how he got down there exactly, but he'll have to serve that once he gets to his box. He's all ready, though. Multiple laps down as we've got, I thought, a car on the wall. No, that was Ronnie Osmer just flying by the outside wall at 1,000,000 miles an hour, scaring me coming off the corner, but we're still good. And for Branscombe, he is 12 laps down right now. And, yeah, when it rains, it pours for driver number 23.
He says he's going to Cookout. Not a bad place to
appreciate that.
be.
Get some to the booth.
Gibson, I thought he hit the wall entering turn 1. Turns out he just backed up the corner heavy in 1 and 2. He lost a ton of ground, made it back up. He is still trying to make that second lane an option to pass McCandless. Gets a really good run. Caution is out.
Trouble.
Not sure what that's
Oh,
for.
it is
Front straightaway.
Oh, trial.
Path had some contact with the wall, then another car, it looks like, for winding up the wrong way in the outside safer barrier. And once again, another caution here to re-rack everybody with 82 to go.
That was about a 6-lap run for these guys. Tires, while important, we'll get a replay here. Path just hits the wall, shadow lane, nowhere to go, gets clipped. And thankfully, no one hits him as he comes across the track. Tough break for Path. He's had a bit of a tough evening, currently 2 laps down in that 30 car.
It's good looking Budweiser throwback paint scheme he's got on that number 30 car.
Mm-hmm.
But it has seen some action here in Las Vegas. See if he'll didn't lose a lap or anything out of it, so he's still running 2 laps down. And if he keeps up with this, we'll be 2 down when we head across the street in a week. Interested to see here, though, what these drivers do Tires do mean a lot, but they don't mean a lot for very long. So how much do they value them with a couple in their back pocket? We'll see right here who decides to pit. And I think everybody behind the car that commits will come down. Kolinik's playing some games. Is he going to fully commit? He's going to fake Frisch, and the rest of the field, or about half the field, is going to come down pit road.
Yeah, Sean stays out here. Brandon Zimmerman stays out. Tristan Baker, Denny Thompson.
Alex
like Cole
Kolinik
Frillick might stay out as well here.
Alex over the comm said, "Wow, that actually worked." Faked a lot of guys into coming in.
So he doesn't feel bad. He doesn't think, "Oh man, I'm out here on old tires." He thinks, "Haha, look at everybody. Look at the fools who just pit." Now, the one thing that does buy, because I just really don't think, well, how long was that run that Butler and Frisch had earlier? They went
70 laps.
I mean, we're going to restart with about 77-ish to go.
So they pitted on 140.
Cautions.
Hit on 140, got all the
Under
way.
caution, mind you. So
Yeah. Pit
and
at
they got another yellow.
Yeah, pit at 214, so 75 laps, but had a few laps to save. I'd say that after that, maybe 71, 72. That's a lot to save.
That would be. So maybe just a little short, unless somebody just is really able to try. Again, one of the things about this 87 car when it comes to fuel strategy is because of all the off-throttle time that you have in these cars versus what you would get in the next-gen car or anything that currently runs in NASCAR, you're able to save a lot because you're lifting so much. If you want to try to lift really early on the straightaways, it's not going to cost you a lot of time. So if you can fully commit the entire run, maybe we see it. So I'll give Homestead as an example. You could make it about 63 laps there. I was going to go 87 when the caution came out. Now, granted, Homestead a little bit easier to save than Las Vegas, but I think you get the picture that you can lift really early in these cars. It's not going to cost you a lot of time, and you can save a lot of fuel. Now, the other question is, if you can do that, is that faster than coming down and getting a splash of fuel? Now, that's the caveat, I suppose. And again, this is a race in a stage where we're just setting things up for next week. So if you end up at the tail end of the lead lap, you have 400 laps to make it up the bull ring. If you're wrong and you start a lap down, well, guess what? That changes things quite significantly when you start next week. So you can be a little conservative with it. But how hard are these drivers willing to push for it?
I think this is the first time for all these guys. I know I've never been in this situation where a decision for one race directly impacts another. I know it ends up being one big event, but you really got to have a lot of forward thinking with this current format. I thought some of these guys were going to come in and top off. Turns out they do not. So maybe they're not thinking about it. Frisch is coming in to top off. Maybe he is. He's got a little bit of front end damage actually. Maybe that's just a little bit of build up. Maybe he's all right, but it's going to be really tough. 5 laps. Maybe it's possible.
You also got to remember that there are no green-white checkers. So if we get a caution to end this stage, we'll take it through all the way to the end. So with 2 to 3 laps to go, if we get a caution, that the stage will end under caution. So that's also something to keep in mind. Maybe if you can get to the last 3 or 4 laps and get lucky, you can ride those last couple of laps under caution and essentially trap the field a lap down. A lot of strategy coming in here in the All-In 650, something completely unique, something completely different. And that's what we like to see. This is why we ran this event. You're putting drivers in a position that they've probably never been in before. So Kolinik, Butler, and Zimmerman, your top 3. They have stayed out. You see Tristan Baker right there in the Moonhead. Machine is in 4th. Danny Thompson, good run for him. He is up here in the 5th position. Further on back is where those tires are. We'll see if it matters. We'll see if the fuel they get will pay off as well. Pace car is off. 77 laps to go here in stage 1. 477 when we get to the stripe. Green flag is back out here at the 1.5 miles.
You see a little bumper tag there on the outside line. Kolnick's didn't go. There was a bump from Sean, which came from a bump from Zimmerman, and it stacked the whole outside line up. Going to turn number 1. They're 3 wide back here, trying to get around the lap traffic with Cole Freilich, Logan Helton, James D. Gibson up on the high side. David Brown is on the bottom. Danny Thompson trying to get the heck out of harm's way.
Now Gibson, he's one of the drivers that pit. So is Logan Helton.
Freilich did not.
Yeah, Freilich did not. They're up to about 6th with Freilich as Gibson's on the high side. Helton slid his way on through. And how about Ronnie Osmer running all the way against the wall? He's a lap car along with Kwame Scott that are trying to race their way back past the leader, and they're going to be able to do it. They came down, they pit. This is a very smart strategy call for these guys because they knew they were going to be restarting at the front of the field. They knew the leaders had old tires, so they just earned a lap back the old-fashioned way, drove by the race leader. So Osmer and Scott have gained a lap through virtue of getting these fresh tires.
Meanwhile, James D. Gibson just blew by the whole field and is now 3rd. What can fresh tires do for you? For Gibson, it puts him in a position to fight for the win of stage number 1. Just cutting through the field, the top, the bottom, doesn't matter. He's got all the grip in the world, and he has a lot of speed, setting a really fast lap, close to his fastest lap of the race that last time by, 32.494.
So about 7 or 8 laps under green. This is the difference, and apparently it is working out for James D. Gibson. It is for McCandless as well, who is up to 6th, but that's pretty much it out of the drivers who took tires.
Oh,
and
no!
Gibson spins Butler on the back straightaway. James D. Gibson puts Butler around into the inside wall. No caution as Gibson just gave him a bump. It was ill-timed and spins Sean Butler around, and Butler is not happy.
And Sean... Oh, crap. Man, how many times can you... man, and Sean is upset, to say the very least, right now at Gibson, saying, you have 10 lap fresher tires. Why are you trying to push me? Just pass me. And I mean, he just tried to bump draft him, did not bump him straight, and then got him the second time there after he was already tipped sideways. And Sean Butler, for the 3rd time in these big
he had to
87
pit. He's got
races.
a meatball.
Yeah, he's going to wind up finishing with had a chance to win. He's going to wind up without a chance and more likely outside of the window of opportunity for next week at the bull ring. And
they are still going back and forth over the race, Chad, and you can imagine Butler is upset. Gibson, relatively unapologetic, I would say. He did say he was sorry, but I'm not that worried about it. So, again, we'll see if this comes back around. Still 71 laps to go in this race. And, of course, 400 more at the bull ring next week as Gibson has started to march towards the front of the field. Alex Kolnick now is your race leader, and McCandless is a part of this as well. So Kolnick's on old tires, Philip McCandless on fresh tires.
I wonder how many guys
I wonder what's going to happen here. Gibson's going to try to pin McCandless behind Kolnick.
I was going to say, I wonder how many guys are going to race him really, really aggressive here this last little bit of the race, because, I mean, I don't think there's anybody in the field that's not a Sean Butler fan, and, you know, that's not the first incident that Gibson's been in tonight. I wonder if some drivers here at the front have had enough and could take things into their own hands. It may not be a good look, but they may have that as a thought for later on. We'll have to see, but he's going for the lead right now on Kolnick.
And he's going to be able to get it, working his way through the middle and on the top side. So Gibson through to the race lead. Now you imagine McCandless also has those fresh tires. The advantage starting to go away a little bit as McCandless just clears in front of the 25 of Kwame Scott. Surprised that Osmer and Scott, who had those fresh tires, they've lost that lap that they initially gained with 69 laps to go. Gibson will take the lead. McCandless looks to be clear for second. Kolonix in third. Aaron Smith, Logan Helton, they ran out your top 5.
Damn, McCandless is driving so aggressive. Oh, he hit him! He turned him!
Gibson! That is...
He saved it!
Oh, he saved it!
That is beef. Oh, maybe. Oh, man!
That is incredible.
I knew he was
that
gonna do
Gibson
it.
saved that, but I think that is McCandless sticking up for Butler. If I had to be honest, that's what I think is going through McCandless's mind right now. Is he saw what he did to
100%.
Sean, and some of the. I think that's what Phillip had on his mind.
Well, and you know, Phillip was heartbroken for Sean back at the Yankee 600. You know, he was disappointed that, as much as he enjoyed winning, he was disappointed that Sean was the guy that got wrecked out of the deal to win the race. And I think from that moment on, McCandless had a lot of respect for Sean, and he's not going to tolerate that with more than 70 laps to go in the race. Bump drafting going wrong when you're on fresher tires. And McCandless, you know, I said he was driving really aggressive, and I thought maybe that could open up the pay window for some guys to get back at number 75. And, well, that was part 1. We'll see if there's a part 2.
Knowing Phillip, and again, I only know him because I share his exact DNA, I bet that he waited. Knowing Phillip, he would have wanted to wait until he was clear of everybody else and thought that if he was going to take a shot at James, it was just going to be James who was affected. He didn't want to affect anybody else, and probably waited to get to the front and then delivered the message that I'm sure he wanted to deliver. Now, again, you got to give credit where credit is due. Incredible save by the 75 to hang on to it. Kolonix, meanwhile, is still hanging on, and Aaron Smith, fresher tires in 4th. And how about Derek Fulton in 5th? So things have not been settled. They're not over. And again, on top of this, you got to think about potential fuel strategy.
That's right. You know, now that things have kind of separated a little bit, I think that fuel strategy starts to come back into the conversation a little bit here. You have to start counting down the laps, whether it's working your way backward and deciding this is where I want to split the race, split the remaining stage, so that way I can pit and not lose too much as far as pitting too early or pitting too late. But we really saw the guys that pitted late really weren't that far behind the guys that pitted early under that big green flag run that we had in the middle of this race. So I wonder if that perhaps influences any of the decisions that these leaders choose to make this time around. Maybe they're not going to do the same thing that they did in that first big green flag stint that we had green flag stops.
Man, so ruffling the feathers here.
Gibson got the wall off 4.
Didn't really lose a lot of time, though. Kolonix, McCandless, they're all under a blanket. Top 3 have kind of broken away. I guess we can add that 4th car of Aaron Smith, who's hanging on to your top 4. Derek Fulton still has his hands full with the lap traffic, and Kwame Scott.
Sean Butler is back on the racetrack. Some 8 laps down, 9 laps down, it looks like right now.
Yeah, he is back on the racetrack. He served his repairs, and it has just been a long night for Sean Butler. Started on the pole, fell out on the grid, worked his way back to 1 lap down, drove through the field, got to the front, then tangles with James D. Gibson. The caution does not come out. And now, not all hope is lost. Again, there are 462 laps left to go in this race. Butler can make up some time. He can make up some laps. And I know when we look at the bull ring, that's a race where, even though we have some great drivers in this field, there's a lot of attrition, I think, that's going to come into that. I wouldn't say that making up 8 or 9 laps, if you're Butler next week, is the word. It's not unattainable if you're Sean Butler to make up those laps. 400 laps, a lot could happen.
Man, Gibson is back on the back bumper of that 109. And I have a feeling that McCandless isn't going to make it too much longer as your race leader here. I don't know. You know, maybe Gibson, knows what that's about, and he's not going to try and poke the bear, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bump here coming to that bumper of the 109, because he was so close that last time going into turn number 1 to his rear tailgate. I'm sure he could see the whites of his eyes from McCandless back to Gibson.
We'll see right here. Gibson into the fence. As McCandless may have given him a little squeeze right there. Kolonix goes down to the bottom. And now Alex Kolonix, James D. Gibson side by side for second place.
Had great racing all night, man. This is good stuff. Even when everybody got really strung out, we still had a nice pack of cars that held together. It wasn't like they would battle and then separate again. They would stay pretty congealed. Great stuff. I can't wait to see what happens.
Kolonix drifted up the track. He nearly makes contact with Gibson. It is so hard to pass. These guys got to just use everything to try and move by one another, including some of the race car. We'll see if that comes into play here. Kolonix is a little tight on the bottom, but he is holding Gibson at bay.
He is driving like crazy to keep Gibson behind him. See what happens here, because that 75, he's been able to nail the outside pretty much since the drop of the green flag. So we'll see. Kolonix slides out a little bit. He's kind of gotten tight on the bottom, especially when there's been somebody on his outside. We've seen it a lot so far. And yeah, he's not going to be able to hold it, or is he? Coming back at his corner.
I think he may be clear for second. McCandless was giving draft to Kolonix down the back straightaway. He was trying to keep them side by side all he could, but let's see what Gibson does into turn 1. Clear for second, but now he'll move up into the line, does McCandless, to try and halt the run from Gibson, but Gibson a little bit higher, may get a little better run off the corner.
Gibson couldn't have gotten any closer to the back bumper there down the front straightaway. I mean, he was all over him. I can't believe that that there hasn't been anything between these two. But hey, we got a good show out of it. I don't blame him.
Now, another thing that's happening right now is Butler is 10 laps down, but he came off of pit road a little bit after a lot of these cars. So he's about 6 or 7 tenths quicker than your race leader, especially now that they're battling side by side. And if you're Butler, you're not really going to play nice with these guys, because the difference between being 9 laps down and 10 laps down when we start things off next week, I mean, that's a pretty big deal. So I think if you're Butler, you're going to try to get up on it a little bit and hope in these next 56 laps, if you can go chase down the race leaders, you're going to make up a lap on the rest of the field.
And guys are getting out of his way. You would think he would try and get out of the way of the lead lap cars. It's the opposite. The lead lap cars are moving up, seeing that 32 coming. They know he's quick, and they know he's mad. They don't want to tick him off too much. By the way, Kolonix taking away that second spot there from Gibson.
Tell you what, Aaron Smith has just been hanging around. Whatever lead pack we've had, he's been at the tail end of it, that bright yellow 70 car. And I don't know if he's just hanging around. Oh, there was trouble off of 4. Helton and Freilich, I believe, made some contact. They saved it. Butler was able to move by both of them. So is David L. Brown.
It's been a long night. Hornet's nest back here.
Golly, it is. How about David L. Brown? I feel like he's been involved in at least three different incidents tonight. He's still in 8th and in position.
Kolonix can't hold the bottom. Oh, man. Did a good job. The first half he had me, but the second half he was able to stick the bottom of the racetrack there. Oh, and here's Gibson.
I thought Gibson was going to go 3 for a second. He looked like he wanted to.
Yeah, he backed out of it. Smart decision there. Might try and get him here into 3, though. He's got a whale of a run.
He is. Kolonix side drafting McCandless. We know Gibson has kind of favored that outside line this whole time, but unless you make it 3, there's really nowhere to go. You can see Kolonix sliding a little bit off of the corner.
Don't forget about Frisch, too. He's starting to reel these guys in 2 tenths faster than the top 3 that last time by in P5.
He pit along with this group, and remember, he topped off 2 laps later than everybody else, so he basically gave up all of his track position to go to the back.
And remember, he made that green flag run last an eternity, making it 73 laps or so. And he is doing everything he can to make his way back toward the front here. And man, okay.
I think we both just read the same thing.
Well, I approved it, so I saw it before you did, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Collins missed the bottom.
He slides up in front of Gibson. Gibson allows him to have it. I just wonder if Frisch, again, he topped off. Could he potentially try to make it to the end here? Because I don't think anybody else would be able to. Maybe, I mean, think about who made it really long on that first run. Maybe a Joseph Selby or so, maybe in contention. We saw Zimmerman and Fulton go for a little while. So I'm just trying to think of everybody that maybe came down and topped off a little bit, who's trying to save a little bit of fuel to potentially make it to the end and start with an insane lead when we cross the streak in 1 week.
See, I would say Frisch, but he's running so much faster than the leaders that I'm not sure that he's going to be able to make it unless he super saves or unless he's magically saving while going 2/10 faster than the race leaders. Now, he does have the advantage of the draft, which Kalnick's, right behind McCandless. McCandless does not have that advantage because he's been out in front pretty much since the contact he made with Gibson.
Kwame Scott in the outside wall, a little further back. He ends up saving it. Now, Kalnick's is on what would be now. Oh, man, another... That was almost a wreck with Joseph Selby, Ronnie Osmer, and a couple of those guys. But so Kalnick's is on 10-lap older tires. It's safe to say that at a certain point they level off, and for Kalnick's it is definitely leveled off. But there's there's no prayer that he would be able to make it. So do you pit early? Do you split it in half? Do you pit late?
I feel like you pit late.
Oh!
Because pitting late didn't quite have the... Hitting late didn't quite have the penalty that it did on that first green flag run, but Kalnick's looking for the lead. Gibson trying to make it 3 up there, but he's a little too far back. Not enough grip up there in that third line that we've seen guys try to use. And, oh, by the way...
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's a bright yellow car at the back of this pack, and it's not Aaron Smith. It is Sean Butler, who was on fresher tires than everybody else up here.
Oh, Kalnick's again. Man, he's really having trouble keeping it down on that white line. That might be the signal, though, that he needs to pit maybe sooner than these guys, so that way he doesn't completely lose out whenever these guys decide to make their stop.
And I think if you're Kalnick's, the last thing you want to do is put yourself in a position to go a lap down, kind of like what Kevin was talking about earlier. If you pit now and a caution comes out, well, then you might be starting at the bull ring 1 lap down. If you go long and, you lose a little bit of track position, but you stay on the lead lap, I think that's what you're willing to do.
Oh, he said it, and he wasn't clear, and now, 3 wide. 3 wide.
Here comes Frisch for the lead. Where did he come from?
Oh, brother. Aaron Smith backed the heck out. He wanted nothing to do with that, and Frisch is going to go from 4th
Gibson
to the
and
lead in the
McCandless
corner.
Contact. Now they're 3 wide for second. Kalnick's clear to the lead.
And here comes that 75 if he can get to the middle. He couldn't get there between Kalnick's. Oh, and Frisch missed the corner. Oh,
and he just clears McCandless for second.
Sean.
I would not want to be anywhere close to that 32 and that 75 car. With 445 laps to go, I'm getting out of the way if I'm those two. Just a hint.
If Gibson's smart, the lap before Sean gets to him, I pit.
May not be a bad option.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be able to make it from that point. You don't get wrecked, potentially wrecked. I mean, as long as you don't speed, I don't see the issue with trying to pit there. But we'll have to wait and see. Oh boy.
Kalnick's was trying to break the draft and give some to Frisch down the back straightaway, trying to break it a little bit. We'll see what type of run Gibson gets here into turn number 1. He's got a run. He's got the draft. What does he do with it? He'll go to the bottom of Alex Kolnick's into turn 1. And Kolnick's giving him plenty of room.
He backed the corner up so that way he could get the run off the corner, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, he broke the side.
He's got
draft.
it. Frisch is pitting. Frisch is pitting this time.
So Frisch topped off, and he's going to pit early. This is a really interesting strategy call here.
Can't speed. Oh, he missed it. Oh, no, he didn't. I thought he did.
Yeah, there's that cone there.
Oh,
There's a
he
yellow...
sped. He sped. He sped.
Oh, no.
He sped.
Michael P. Frisch, not needing to pit, comes down, and your two front runners in this race for so long in Butler and Frisch have run into issues. And I think Gibson might be pitting. He just kind of showed down the back straightaway. I don't know if he was breaking the draft or if he's going to pit. Alex Kolnick is going to pit. McCandless is going to pit. A couple of them are going to pit.
Oh, Sean, almost.
I don't know if that was a swipe, but that is strategic thinking there by the 75 nonetheless.
If that wasn't a swipe there by the 32, I don't know what is. Mind games.
That put Sean in the position that, well, if you're going to get me, you're going to take me with you.
Yeah, really.
All right, so now Aaron Smith is your leader with 41 laps to go.
Freilic's coming. I think. I thought he said he was coming. Yep.
Oh, it's hard to pit from that lane, but he makes it work right in front of David L. Brown.
Does not speed, though. I think that was the key there. He wanted to make sure that he got it down to pit road speed, even if it's awkward kind of pitting from that middle line, a la J.J. Yaley in 2006 at Charlotte when he killed Mark Martin. He made it obvious, and Aaron Smith's going to come this time, your race leader, so he'll bring it to pit road. That'll hand the lead over to David L. Brown, it looks like, who took just 2 tires on his last stop, which was the last caution.
Oh, there's Smith, but he got it slowed down. I thought he was potentially going to miss pit road, so Smith gives up the lead. David L. Brown will be your race leader, and he's cutting the tri-oval, something we haven't seen all night. I wonder... Yep, he's shutting the car off. David L. Brown is shutting the engine off. He's going to try to make this on fuel to the end. You listen to David L. Brown shutting the motor off to try to make it to the end. We'll see if he can trap the rest of the field or gain some track position as we head into the bull ring. After this, we take you to the end of stage 1 here in the All-In 650. Trouble in turn 3. Kolnick is spun into turn 3, and this turns the rest of this race on its lid, as I think it was contact, I believe, with Philip McCandless and Kwame Scott. McCandless thought he was clear. He wasn't, and that is going to trap everybody 10th on back, 1 lap down.
Well, let's take a look at a replay here if we can, once we get it queued up. Because this is something here down the back straightaway. You'll watch McCandless, that purple and white car down on the bottom. He's down there. He comes up, and he's just not clear. Tips the 25 of Kwame Scott into the wall. That kicks him down into Alex Kolnick, and Kolnick was the leader before pit stops. He winds up hard into the outside wall and does not have a meatball. Kwame Scott does. That's his second meatball of the race. And this is going to trap, as you mentioned, the drivers 10th on back, a lap down. James D. Gibson is not the free pass. It's Derek Fulton in the 4.
This was the danger of pitting when you did, is something like this could happen, and it's going to trap a significant number of drivers one lap down before we start things off next week with the exact same running order. Again, if you're just joining us, this is one race that is taking place across 2 different racetracks. And
now,
we will start next week with everybody in the exact same position. So everybody that is 1 lap down now, they're going to start a lap down in 1 week when we cross the street and run at the little bull ring that is just on the other side of turns 1 and 2 here at the big oval track. So how aggressive are these lap cars are going to be? I mean, I think that's the biggest question.
So we're going to have a bunch of guys at the tail end of the lead lap in front of the leaders here now. So that'll be basically 11th on back. So Gibson, McCandless, Aaron Smith, Mike Wright, Cole Freilich, Gil Chatelain, Colonix. Frisch got hosed because, remember, he sped. He would have been just 1 lap down, but because he sped and he was already trapped a lap down from pitting, he is 2 down. So he is toast as far as trying to win this race. He's going to need a full-on parking lot in these last 30-some laps in order to get back into a position to win. Looks like he's going to be digging himself out of a hole next week at the bull ring.
And we still have 34 laps to go. I mean, so you have all these drivers that are on old tires. They're at the tail end of the lead lap. You're going to have another set of drivers who are on fresh tires on the inside lane who are multiple laps down. And I think that's what McCandless recognizes. So McCandless came down and pit despite the fact that he was going to be at the tail end of the lead lap. So did Chatelain. So they would rather start on the inside with fresh tires than start on the outside at the front of the field with old tires, because they know the leaders are going to be nipping at their heels to try to get by them. So a lot of strategy going into how you want to restart, where you want to be, and drivers willingly putting themselves a lap down to be able to restart on the inside. There's a lot going on here.
Here's the thing. You start on the inside, you're going to be on the lead lap, technically.
Yeah.
Because of how far back David L. Brown's going to be, because he's going to be starting behind about 4 cars with Gibson, Smith, Freilich, and Colonix. So the bottom 4 are going to be essentially on the lead lap here. And that's going to be big, especially if we get an early caution, because David L. Brown's not going to be able to pass all 8 of them in a lap. It's probably going to take him 5 to 10 laps to get through all those guys. And we'll see how aggressive some of these guys, like the 75, race. And what are these guys
on the high
doing?
side. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, these guys are on the high side, not the bottom. I don't know where they're going. I think they misunderstood the rules here. But your leaders, David L. Brown, Danny Thompson, Matt Sturgill, Joseph Selby, Brandon Zimmerman, then Helton, Baker, Jeff No, Jamie Ritchie Price, Derek Fulton. Those are the only 10 cars on the lead lap.
We're having some confusion here because, these guys that are on the tail end, they don't realize that they're on the outside, and they don't realize they just pretty much got snookered by everybody who came down and pit.
Right.
And that is the rule. We run 1987 rules in these races. There are no waiver rounds. You can start at the tail end of the lead lap if you want, or you can pit and technically be a lap down on the inside. But Chatelain, Frisch, McCandless, they have fresh tires. The leader is David L. Brown. He is on the outside in the 5th row. So he's kind of restarting 10th here as your race leader. So, oh boy.
Now, Frisch didn't pit. He stayed out. But remember, he's 2 down, and my Colonix did not get going at all back here. He must have big damage because he is clogging up the racetrack right now. David L. Brown blew by him, headed to turn number 1. And here we go. Let the madness begin.
Now, Gibson went early because he was technically the control car. So he's trying to hope for a caution here in the next half a lap or so. But I just don't know if he's going to get it.
Well, he may get it, but it might be him. Sean Butler just drove by David L. Brown.
Yeah, Butler, we mentioned he was 10 laps down. He is now 8 laps down because he passed David L. Brown. So Sean has managed to drive by the leader and make up 2 laps under the mist of all of this.
Kalnick said he thought he could go around the pace car. That's the only reason he had stayed out. And he found out the hard way by getting swarmed by the entire field on the restart.
Well, that's why there's a rule book for a reason.
Yes, sir.
So Gibson still hanging on up front. Then you have Frisch, who is on. Actually, no, he did not pit.
Yeah, Frisch did not pit. Remember, he's 2 laps down, so no matter what he did,
He's
he was
1
going
lap
to be
down.
a lap down.
Well, he's ahead of David Brown, so he's 1 lap down
Correct.
right now.
Right, he was 2 down pretty much no matter what would have happened because he's in front of the leader. Now he is 1 down, but he's going to need some help.
So Smith is at the tail end. Freilich is at the tail end. McCandless is now at the tail end. So is Chatelaine and Mike Wright. So a couple of drivers have managed to stay on the lead lap. How long, we don't know. But it doesn't seem like the fresher tires are really working out all that much as Brown goes by Butler. That will put Butler back to 9 down.
Yep. And I think that was Sean, just couldn't quite hold the speed that he had. And
he
David
had to try
Brown
it. I mean,
just-
if he gets a caution,
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
he makes up an entire lap.
Right.
Oh, man.
already
So
inside
rather
30
than
to go.
talking about who's going to win stage 1, we're kind of talking about who's going to stay on the lead lap before we get things back going after the red flag in 28 laps. You can see Butler right there starting to lose a couple of more positions. There's really not a whole lot he can fight for right now because he's not going to be in any type of position to get the lucky dog. But Gibson, I got to say, impressed that on these old tires, he got the jump on the restart, but he has maintained his gap. He hasn't allowed these guys that came down in pit to pass him. So doing a solid job on these older tires.
But he's running out of laps because David L. Brown is running, he's not burning his stuff up here on this run. Meanwhile, Gibson and those guys, they're running heaters every lap. And that last time by, David L. Brown was faster than those guys. So David L. Brown at this point saving his stuff, and he's going to start reeling these guys in.
Oh, Freilich, I
Goodness.
do not know how he did not hit the wall off of turn 4 there. He had to check up a ton. So did McCandless. Got really tight. Now, of course, there is another thing that, with this red flag, there will be a lucky dog awarded. So the first driver 1 lap down, because I guess technically it's a caution, we will have a lucky dog to start the race, and they'll be put at the tail end of the field, but they will get their lap back.
And right now, that's Kolonix, but we'll see how long that holds up. Here comes David L. Brown. He is in the tire tracks now of Chat Lane.
And now you start to get into how hard is Brown going to push to try and eliminate some of his competition. And just look at some of the names we have up here. Michael Sturgill had some issues earlier. He's now in 2nd. Thompson is in 3rd. Yeah, Logan Helton. Joseph Selby up here running in 5th. I mean, this was a strategy gamble to stay out and stay on the lead lap, and boy, has it paid off for them. And this is where David L. Brown could do some real damage here with 24 laps to go in stage 1. He can lap and make his job about 4 cars easier when we start the next 400 laps next Tuesday.
He's got to get through him, though, and he can't get actual damage to the race car. That's the key. It's a double-edged sword because if he races him too hard, as Selby just got the wall off turn 2.
Oh, he's going to go 3
okay.
wide.
Oh, boy. Here comes Sturgill. Sturgill's within a car length, though, the lead.
Oh, McCandless and Wright nearly made contact.
David L. Brown.
Oh, no! Right in front of your race
Look out.
leaders. McCandless spins.
Sturgill's your leader.
Oh, no, and Brown and... Who is that? That is Thompson who we're wrecking.
Thompson. And that's going to put Gibson Smith on the lead lap. Gibson and Smith get back on the lead lap with that.
Cole
And I think
Freilich
maybe
and
Chad Lane.
Freilich, Wright, and Thompson have required repairs as a result of that crash.
Thompson was third, and now he's going to be in some big trouble here. And then the two cars that were fighting for the lead lap with Freilich and Wright, and Freilich's mad.
upset, but looking at the replay here, so McCandless.
Oh, he just comes up into him.
Yeah, I mean, he's yelling at Wright, what are you doing? Why aren't you giving me room? This isn't even the end of the race. But I think the same could be said for Freilich, because, I mean, he kind of kept his foot in it and didn't lift. Yeah. And because of that, instead of giving up one spot, he's got required repairs. He's going to be multiple laps down when we start next week.
So I think they scored David L. Brown as the leader. Your leaders are on pit road.
Hit.
Danny Thompson stayed out even though he has a meatball flag. So he is currently your race leader, but he has to pit. Fulton is in second. Tristan Baker is third. Aaron Smith is fourth. 2 tires to call for Brown and for Helton. Michael Sturgill takes 2 tires. Gibson is on the pit lane now after getting back onto the lead lap, and it looks like the stop for Gibson going to be 4 as well.
Yeah, that helped Gibson, and you know, he got the restart he needed, and he never really got challenged when Brown was trying to make his way by. I'm trying to figure out, like, who is where and how many drivers were. So McCandless spun in that, so he's definitely a lap down. So is Frisch. So Frisch made up a lap through that cycle to get back to 1 lap down. Chatelaine is 1 lap down. Hayden Swank was 2 laps down. Now he's 1. Osmer's 2. Wright is 2. You know, Jacob, I kind of had this idea for a one race at 2 tracks idea, and I thought, you know, maybe we'll have a couple of guys that are a lap down, and we'll figure this out. I don't know how in the hell I'm going to figure out how to make people laps down at the start of a race now. I'm going to have to spend a week figuring this all out. So,
well, here's the thing. All of those guys that you listed just pitted, so they're going to be a lap down again. Tristan Baker is a black flag on the pit lane. So David L. Brown is your race leader right now, with Helton, Sturgill, Zimmerman, Jamie Ritchie Price, Gibson, your top 6. Kolonix is on the pit lane in 7th. I think he's on the lead lap. Yes?
I think you're right.
So is Jeff No, Tristan Baker, and Selby. So 13 cars on the lead lap. Kyle Chatelaine is no longer the first car 1 lap down. That belongs to McCandless, then Frisch, Chatelaine.
I mean, this is the highest drama we could have hoped for in a scenario like this. I mean, I just thought we were going to have this calm little run to the end. Nobody's really going to push hard because, you know, it's really just about next week and getting to the end of the race at the Bull Ring. But, boy, do we have a lot of storylines to talk about in the final 20 laps of this race. I didn't think we would. But we are here, and I mean, we're getting pretty deep into this thing, too. About 3.5 hours now. $500 miles at Las Vegas. I think on this configuration, they did not run a 500-mile race in the Cup Series. Ever since they repaved this place, I'm pretty sure they've only run 400 in the Cup Series. Maybe somebody in the chat can correct me on that. But I think as far as this track is concerned, in this configuration, there wouldn't have been a 500-miler.
When was this configuration built? 06?
06, I think.
Okay. Go to there.
At least the SBP project on NR, I think, was listed as 06. So that's my answer, and I'm sticking to it.
Let's see. 400. It's always been 400 miles here, believe it or not.
Oh, okay. So no 500 milers here.
First race back in 1998, won by Mark Martin, was a 401-mile race.
Well, I mean, could you imagine 500 miles with the flatter banking? I mean, that would have taken forever.
The closest we ever got was in 2009. They ran 428 laps. Kyle Busch won that race because of green-white checkers.
It's a lot of green-white checkers.
I believe that was, I think that was the first or second year that they started running with 3 green-white checkers.
All right, so Brown, Helton, Sturgill, your top 3. You have Zimmerman and Richie Price in 5th. They're on the top side. Everybody else on the bottom, Swank, Butler, and Osmer had the opportunity to race for a lap back if they can try to earn it. And we are back under green here with 19 laps remaining in stage 1, 419 in the race.
Now, don't forget about Gibson here. He's going to try and get back up to the front. He's got one driver, though, that he has to get through. Sean M. Butler. Because he is right now second, literally on the racetrack, but not on the scorer's table. Or on the scoreboard, as you will.
And then you have the battle for the lucky dog between Frisch and Chatelaine. Oh, one car to the outside wall off of turn 4. It is Jeff No.
Jeff No. He's missing the front
Is that required damage? No, it is not. No pun intended. Or wait, yes, it is. No, it just popped up. Darn it.
Yeah. He's not missing the front clip. That's just the way that thing's painted.
It looked like Selby got a little loose there, and golly, just a little tag of the wall was enough to give him required repairs. You have to wonder, he's probably going to try to stay out, catch a caution, and minimize the amount of laps lost here.
But he
As
only
here
gets
comes
4 laps
Michael
to do that.
Frisch. This is
He needs
to
a
put
caution.
Yeah, this is to put Frisch back on the lead lap. He's going to do it. I'm sure Butler wants his way by David L. Brown or Helton, because that'll put him 8 laps down instead of 9. But here comes Logan Helton for the race lead.
And don't forget Sturgill. He is P3. That 75 up on the outside is position number 4. David L. Brown uses that outside. He's clear for the lead again. And here we go.
Oh.
16 laps to go. Oh, he put him in the wall. Go! Sean just put Gibson in the wall, and Gibson saved it.
He saved it, but is that required repairs?
I don't think so. I think he's all good.
Survey says no, so that's just a little bit of contact there. Gibson survives again,
We got beef.
and it may not be over.
I don't think so. We'll see. Second verse.
416 laps to go, and we may have already started racing like we're at the bull ring. Butler not trying to get a lap back. He's trying to settle a score right now.
Yeah, getting the lap back is the afterthought. Gibson's all over. Oh, Gibson turned him
again! He's going to turn him again!
That's
Butler's-
unbelievable. I mean, Gibson black flag. He
And
just left.
Gibson's left.
Unbelievable. I mean, wow. There you have it.
High drama here at the bull ring, or no, it's not the bull ring, but it might as well be. Gibson was black flagged, and he was not parked by race control, but he left the race himself. He alt F forward as soon as he was given the black flag. So that was not race control Ben Easterday booting him out of the race. That was his own decision.
Yeah, he parked himself. That wasn't Ben parking him. Now, Jeff No will be parked. He got DQ'd because he didn't pit in time with his meatball flag. But
right.
I mean, for Sean there, you know, I get Gibson, you know, I get he said, I'm sorry, and said, I apologized. I don't know what else you want me to do, but I think Sean had every right to do what he did there, and, well, it is what it is. For the lead, though, here comes Helton, just like that.
At the end of the day, Sean Butler, assuming he stays on...
Oh, Brown got the wall. Brown got the wall. Helton's clear for the lead. Here comes the 90 of Sturgill for second.
Boy, what a race this has been for Michael Sturgill, and he may have an opportunity to restart in the lead when we resume in a week, 1 week's time. 411 laps to go, and they are battling for second. Here comes Michael Sturgill on the bottom.
Oh, I think Brown's going to make that outside line roll. Sturgill gets a little loose. Woo. Coming to 10 to go this time here, Blake. And I think Logan Helton, barring another yellow, is in the catbird seat right here. Now, the question is, does he leave Frisch on the lead lap, or does he try to lap him again?
Oh, no, and by the way, development on the Jeff No situation, he was disqualified because he never served the meatball flag. Now, I mean, this is kind of a gray area as far as the rulebook is concerned. If you DNF in this race, you cannot race next week. I would say a disqualification. That's probably that would put Jeff No out at the bull ring because he didn't finish stage 1.
Right, and you know, he knew he had the meatball flag. He knew he had to serve it. It's not something that it got cleared. But and Ben Easterday, the admin, is telling everybody right now that, hey, remember, no green white checkers. So if you wreck too late in this deal's going to end under caution before we hit the red flag.
We have had so much drama, probably more than any other race in history, with still over 400 laps to go. Yet here we are, Frisch leading Logan Helton. Frisch is trying to stay on the tail end of the lead lap to the red flag. Chatelaine, I'm sure, is hoping that as well because he's the lucky dog right now. McCandless is nowhere close. Those are the only two drivers that are one lap down. You can see them on the left-hand side of your screen in 13th and 14th. So Frisch can either start at the tail end of the field, or he can be the lucky dog. And right here, he may just let Helton by and just take the lucky dog from himself, or at least not put up that much of a fight.
Let's see how hard Frisch decides to drive it. Helton's on 2 tires, 2 fresh tires. Frisch is on 4. So maybe Frisch was backing off, so that way in these last 8-7 laps or so, he could drive away and perhaps stay on the lead lap. But he's got one tough battle, and if this battle lasts too long, that could open the door for David L. Brown to get to the bumper here and try and race for the lead after stage 1.
David L. Brown's loving this. He wants them to race each other.
Oh, and Helton missed turn 3. Went all the way up to the wall there. Not going to get it to work on Frisch, and Frisch pulls away on the bottom, and that's going to allow David L. Brown to reel him in just a little bit. He got the run down the straightaway, but Brown still a tenth, almost a tenth and a half, more than a tenth and a half actually, faster than Helton.
All right, so as far as things are concerned, so Freilich is on the track. He is 12 laps down. Butler is 9 laps down. So they're still good to race next week. As far as retirees, Jeff No, James D. Gibson, Mike Wright, Kwame Scott, Ben Branscombe, David Schildhouse, and Matthew Brewer. Those are the drivers that, as of right now, would not advance to next week.
Whew. And this is only part 1.
Got a lot to determine next week. 400 laps. The winner of, literally, you have to tame both tracks. You have to think of all the strategy that goes into both events, and I think that's why you see a lot of different names up at the front of this field that perhaps we weren't thinking that we were going to see. Michael Sturgill in 3rd. How about Brandon Zimmerman, Jamie Ritchie Price running up in the top 5? Joseph Selby, you see the battle on track right now. That's for the 9th position. 8th position, rather, with Derek Fulton. These guys have played their cards well, and, we're in Vegas. You got to play your cards well.
Well, so here's the deal right now. Helton stopped battling Frisch. He's running faster than David L. Brown. He's pulled away by 4 tenths. Plus, Frisch came over the radio and said, I'm trying to help Phil McCandless, because if the race ends here and everything stays the same, well, McCandless would have been the free pass. The problem is Gil Chatelaine is in front of McCandless. So Chatelaine would get the free pass, leaving McCandless first car 1 lap down once we resume at the bull ring, since Frisch is currently last car on the lead lap. Otherwise, Frisch would get that free pass to start the race next week, and Chatelaine would be the first car lap down when we get the green.
Man, so 403 laps to go. The red flag will be thrown, and now just 2 laps as Logan Helton is leading them across. You can see the battle on your screen. Jamie Ritchie Price, Tristan Baker a little further back on up the road. And it looks like, I think for now, Frisch may be safe, and Logan Helton could probably do a gentleman's agreement here if he wanted to. He could let some guys by, let him on the lead lap. He has no reason to do it. But we will see the red flag in 1 lap here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We have completed roughly 500 miles here at the mile and a half, 151.5 miles to go.
Whew. Are you sure? That was a long race. A lot happened to fill both races, just in this one here. A wild stint number 1, and Logan Helton's going to come out of here with the lead.
Logan Helton off of turn 4. The checkered flag is in the air with Barney, but the red flag is out, and Logan Helton is your race leader. David L. Brown, Sturgill, Zimmerman, and Tristan Baker round out your top 5 as we approach the red flag. It looks like Michael P. Frisch is going to hang on at the end of this race, and he will restart at the tail end of the lead lap. Gilles Chatelain, the 111, will be the lucky dog, and so it'll be Philip McCandless, your first car 1 lap down when we start things next week. And you can see a lot of drivers giving some congratulations to Logan Helton, but I mean, this isn't the end of the race. There's no winner's interview. He hasn't won anything yet.
That's right. Well, how about this here, too? I wanted to mention this earlier before we had the Gibson stuff, but Logan Helton won in this car in Legends of the Future on Thursday back when we were at Darlington. Race that was sponsored in dedication to J.D. Willis, a good friend of his, and sure enough, stage number 1 goes to driver number 63. How about that?
And if we can get Logan Helton, I mean, we'll call it a winner's interview. We're not visiting victory lane. He may think so right now, and it may feel about as good as a win right now. There's the link in the chat once again if you want to contribute here and help us with what we're trying to do here with J.D. Willis and donating to his family in their time of need. We implore you to do so if you are so inclined. So Logan Helton, your leader at the end of stage 1. Logan, if you can hear us, we'll take you in the FTF Discord to chat with you here for just a second. Otherwise here, I mean, this is just going to be one really, really, really long caution flag.
You know what it is? It's like the Tour de France. This is like the end of day 1. Day 2 comes up in a week. That's all it is. It's Logan Helton's wearing the green jacket right now.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Or he's wearing the yellow suit, I guess, if you're talking about the Tour de France. The one thing that we did figure out, and you see some of those names on your screen, many of them will not be starting at the bull ring. Jeff No did not complete after being disqualified. He DNF'd. Yeah, so everyone on this page that you see will not be competing, and they will technically be scored. You see Jeff No, 13 laps down. He will finish this race 413 laps down when we get back to the end.
Working on getting Helton up in here. Once we talk to him, we'll break. But there's a lot more stuff coming up on FTF. But first, it's Logan Helton.
All right, Logan. So you are the leader here at the end of lap 334. How's your race been so far?
Well, it seems as though I was the leader at the end of lap 334, Blake, and I'm very excited to be the leader at the end of lap 334. How did you guys enjoy the race?
There was a lot to talk about. I didn't think we were going to have all the drama and storylines that we did just to set kind of the starting order for next week, but we certainly had one. I don't know, any strategy that you think about employing at the bull ring? I know it's a totally different track. Have you run that track in this car? You've been practicing at all? How are you feeling about taking your lead into a totally different racetrack next week?
Well, not only have I never driven this car at the bull ring, but I have never driven at the bull ring at all. I don't even know if I have it purchased or not. So I'm going to have to do some laps now because I did not expect to even be leading at the end of this thing. But that track position, from what I understand, is an incredibly short track. Is very important. So I needed to get some laps in and learn how to drive it so I can be fully prepared to hopefully lead most of the laps there and stay out of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in your iRacing replay, I mean, you can kind of fly around just over turns 1 and 2. It's that little track all the way over there.
Hold up a second. Let me just get in my pit lane camera. And you said over turn 2?
There it is. Yep. Over 1 and 2. Now, they don't really have it modeled on this version.
I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't. So they have like barely some grandstands over there at this version, but if you run the bull ring, the details are much higher on this track.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, I'm excited for next week. It's kind of funny because I forgot I even signed up for it, and luckily I saw your post on Twitter talking about it because I was sitting at Whataburger chowing down, so I forgot about it. So
I gotta say, I tried Whataburger earlier this year. Definitely above whatever that other restaurant is. In-N-Out.
In-N-Out?
Definitely.
Oh yes,
Wow.
yes.
Yeah.
It's 100% one of the. It needs to be a gourmet. It's a gourmet fast food restaurant, I must say. It is. Every time I go there, I'm just so excited. I can't wait to get some fries and an insanely huge drink.
We're getting
There
a
it
live
is. Now
look
that
at
is
the bull
not
ring.
how it. That is not how it looks. But
Oh
at
my
least
lord!
you could get a feel for the size there. Now, of course, the track, the actual bull ring track in iRacing that you purchase, obviously has walls and.
You mean
know,
it
the
doesn't look
track.
like that?
No.
Wait,
not
so you
exactly.
mean it's not just 0 degrees? Like it's just flat all the way around?
It just
It's
looks like a
it's a
parking lot
parking
that's
lot.
empty
Yeah, it's a
this week.
parking lot. A parking lot that they built a slanted roof next to.
You know what? I'm going to have to get Zach to work on this, our producer, because you can get some amazing shots from the bull ring when the lights come on. The lights come on at the big track, too, and there's like these cool little shots you can get for it. So,
Well,
see.
hopefully I'm in the shots while I'm leading. How about that?
There you
We'll
go.
try. But all right, your race leader, Logan Helpton, thanks for chatting with us, and we'll see you in 1 week's time.
Thank you. Thank you guys for putting on the race.
All right. Well, Jacob, stage 1 is over in the all-in 650, and I was kind of thinking that the end of it would not deliver, but we had a lot to talk about the last 150 laps or so.
Yeah, and I think the beef has been put away. The beef has been put in the freezer. Even looking ahead to next week, I don't think it's going to be quite as beefy as it was tonight. However, it's a short track. Anything can happen at a short track, and we'll see how things go. 20 drivers going for the win with 400 laps up on the big board. So there is a lot of time. Even though those laps fly by quick, there is still a lot of time for somebody to make a mistake and wind up kicking themselves out of a position to win the all-in 650.
Yeah, it could be the case. Well, everybody out there in the chat, again, we thank you for watching. It's been fun. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, this entire event benefiting the Willis family. So we'll post the link one more time in the Twitch chat if you would like to give. I will send the donation in for what we have this week tonight. And, of course, hopefully we'll be getting some more next week to try and offer our support to the Willis family in any way that we can. So we greatly thank you for that. Thanks for following along. The All-In 650 is not yet complete, but Logan Hilton will be race leader when we resume action at the Bull Ring in 1 week's time. So until then, I'm Blake McCandless from our broadcast partner Jacob Hitz and Zach Johnson down in the virtual production trailer. We will see you next week at 8 p.m. Eastern Tuesday night right back here for the last 400 laps of the All-In 650.